Okay, so the first thing is it has a custom cursor. Wow, but I guess Blizzard's always good about that, just in the aesthetics in general. So many of these card games lately have been triggering me, like Marvel Snap didn't have one, Pokemon Online TCG doesn't have one, or TCG Live, or either version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel or Duel Links. And any argument against it, like, oh, you don't like it or it's clunky, you can always just turn it off and use like the regular Windows mouse. But it's weird that so many games don't do that. So yeah, this is my first time playing, obviously, Diablo 4. There was some weird thing I read, like you had to get like KFC, get like a double down burger from KFC to get the open beta or the closed beta pass. But this one anyone can just do and it's free. So I wasn't gonna buy it. Like it's not only am I not a Diablo fan, I've been known as a Diablo hater, and there's that one take that I can never quite explain correctly. I always have it in my head before I start one of these, and I can't always articulate it right, but I'll do it once I'm in game. There's something about the perspective of it that just turned me off and always was a genre I avoided. I never really liked Torchlight. I tried Path of Exile. I'm almost making like an anti-meme of it. Like, because I always disliked the genre or avoided it, I make a point to play them just for that reason alone, right? Otherwise I would just be indifferent. Like, I don't really care if I don't like it, so what? But it's like I'm that objective type of person who I want to try the things I think I don't like to see if I like them. And so the Diablo experience that I've had is I played the original one in 2016 for the first time, and that was to introduce my first playthrough permadeath format, or to introduce a period, because it's kind of like my format that I do a lot of games in. And why did I choose Diablo? I guess it's because I love Blizzard games, obviously Warcraft 3, WoW, and I had never played it, and I had avoided it, so I thought it was a good opportunity. And also, there's something about the games that has like sort of a reputation, either for being hard or having these hardcore modes and stuff, and also like just it almost feels like a bullet hell experience at times, where it's just like your life is always on the line. There's so much quantity over quality of enemy combat, just swarms and swarms and hordes of enemies, so it really does feel like you could die at any second. So I got a little bit farther the first time I tried Diablo 1, then the second time I died much earlier. So that was for like my affiliate celebration for this channel. So the first one was on my old channel, that was years ago. Diablo 1, first playthrough permadeath. I guess it's still a first playthrough, even the second time I'm doing it, because I didn't beat it, but that arguably people sometimes take issue with that particular description of it. That's weird. There wasn't any music here before when I just logged in to get through the queue, but now there is. Or maybe it goes on a loop and then it ends. Yeah, that was the first one, and that's even where I get my channel art from, where he's like shushing you. So there's like a triple meaning. He's shushing you because it's the quiet gamer. He's showing you one because you only have one life, and one is also part of my name, just like one quiet gamer. So it's pretty good. But yeah, that's where the channel art comes from, and that's also where the format comes from. Although I had talked about it before that. That was the first official one that I did. I failed that. Even as much as I have a good track record as a permadeath player overall, it's kind of unfair in a first playthrough context, but then again, I embrace the whole point of it. I love it. It's just like, I could obviously do it if I just play the game normally once or over and over, and then, you know, like people do with normal permadeath experiences. Nobody really does it on a first playthrough. But I will do hardcore mode too, if that is available. I don't really care. And this time I'll play a mage, actually, because I've been avoiding it in a lot of games recently, just because that's another anti sort of tendency thing. Because I like mages and always play them, I avoid them for that reason alone, because I don't want to feel like I'm only playing mages. So in the same sense, because I don't like Diablo and I avoided playing it all these years, I make a point to try to play them, counteracting my own innate tendencies. So yeah, that was 2016. Then just last year I played, last year I played the original Diablo again, so that was my second permadeath attempt, and that was because of my affiliate celebration. I thought it would be fitting. And then the third one was not Diablo 3. I have played Diablo 3, but I kind of just dicked around. That wasn't any kind of permadeath thing. And then Diablo 2 I've never played, and I'm almost saving that one for when I beat Diablo 1, because that's the one that people always consider as the best, and it's so amazing and this and that. It's almost one of those you hear about like outside of the genre. Even if you don't like the genre, that might be a game that's so good that you like it anyway. Kind of like Warcraft 3. I'm not even an RTS fan. I haven't played an RTS game in years, and after this, my second flex game of the day is going to be Warcraft Reforged. It's a good excuse. This is like a Blizzard day. I did one of those like last year sometime where I did Hearthstone plus, what was it? Obviously Diablo Immortal. So that was the third permadeath one I tried, was Diablo Immortal. And that one, I'm not the type to make excuses, but that one I don't take credit for actually failing, because I went AFK, and it's like an always online bullshit thing where you can't pause it. So I didn't want to keep exiting out if I had to go AFK. So this one time I stood by like this area that seemed super safe, and I even waited a minute to make sure it was safe, and then I had to go AFK for a minute, and then I come back and those fucking things like crawl up off the side. It's like an excavation site. So nothing's happening there for like 5 minutes. I'm sitting there watching it. Then I go get up to do something, and then they crawl up from the side randomly and just kill me. So that one I didn't actually die to any fault of my own. That was actually bullshit. Hopefully this won't be always online, or like at least you have the option whether to play online or not. Screen reader, third party screen reader volume. Okay, I don't need all that. Text to speech. It shouldn't be on anyway. I mean, those are obviously good features to have, but I just discovered what the font is actually called that they use, because I use it for my little title card. Exotech. Not really what you think of with the medieval vibe of it, but colorblind. Okay, I don't really care about this. I wonder how that would affect if you're doing it on stream. Would that fuck up people who aren't colorblind, or how? I don't know how it works. Screen shake effects. Combat hit flash. I don't want anything that would be like auto aim or make it too easy, but usually they don't have stuff like that. Highlight player when obscured. That's kind of like cheating, but left and right sticks. Who's playing this shit on console, dude? Cinematic subtitles on, fine. Text, speech, font scaling. I don't know what that means. Like, how could it be 0 then, though there is no font? Font color is fine, white. Background opacity, auto progress game dialogue. No, wait. Enabled, cutscenes will progress automatically. Well, I mean, cutscenes should anyway, but like in dialogue, like in the overworld, you might want to click it. The queue time wasn't long either. It warned me on the battle net that it might be long, but it was only like a minute.
Quiet. Shut up. They have our scent. Run. Just keep running. Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it. He has to.
Blessed Akarat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine voice guides
Look at me. All the gold we want is right there.
Oh, I just came here for knowledge.
They're coming! I know. Get over here! Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door.
Oh, Lord, help me. By 3 they come. By 3 thy way opens. Blood shows. This doesn't make any sense.
You're supposed to be scared by that big pack of enemies, but that's like the average experience. You fight through that in like every 5 seconds.
What?
says the blood of the willing goes.
You gotta be kidding me! It worked!
Oh, is this how they awaken the Diablo?
We have to help him.
He's dead already. It's a shame he didn't make it. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
By 3 they come, by 3 thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail, hail the creator. Ha! Hail the daughter of. Oh no, no.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me!
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple, or a tomb, or.
A long cutscene. Holy shit.
Blessed Akrat, thy eternal life protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrought to paradise, guide my soul to thy sacred ways.
None of this would have ever happened if they just didn't come looking for gold.
We call thee home.
Come.
Blessed Akrat, thy eternal life protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is
Open
wrought to
your eyes.
Eternal life protects me. Eternal life protects me. Eternal life protects me. Eternal life protects me. Eternal
There
life.
is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
By 3 they come. By 3 thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home.
I forgot, it's like a female thing this time. And all the art you see I don't really get what the connection between the lore of all this games is even. Just like it's always
of hatred,
there's always a Diablo.
creator of sanctuary. Hail. Lilith.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Will it actually let you? Wait, that was weird. It said just start, but it skipped over the character creation. See, now Necromancer kind of bypasses one of those criticisms that I have. Is like, it's a game where you're in this top-down view, right? Where it almost feels like an RTS game. And because of that, like, think about it from Blizzard's perspective, right? They made like the Warcraft games first, let's say. So you're looking at it from a top-down perspective where your character is one of the units. So even if it's like a hero unit, like Archmage Antonidas or Arthas or something in Warcraft 3, you have a bunch of other footmen and stuff running around. So the problem is that perspective for a single-player game is just anti-immersive because you feel like you're so separated from your character. You're looking at it like it's just a single unit in an RTS game, right? You're playing an RTS game where you only control one unit. So that's how the perspective looks, instead of like over the shoulder or like in a first person view or whatever, like a normal thing. And of course the quantity over quality aspect of the combat is always a thing. And that's what's funny in Path of Exile too. People were telling me, these are people who are like fans of the game and who played it for a long period of time, it's basically like they were saying you should download this add-on to help you filter through the loot so that you know what's actually worth picking up or not. And I'm like, isn't that par for the course with the criticism? Like, why should you need that if it's not just a bunch of random shit? You should be able to manually do that yourself, or rather doing that yourself should be a core aspect of what is good about the game in the first place. Barbarian, Necromancer. I don't think I'll do Necromancer actually though, because I just did that in Diablo Immortal. So what classes did I play in the other games? Like the first attempt I played, I think as a mage. The second attempt I played as a warrior, and that's why it didn't go very well. Obviously, ranged is always better for these kind of things. And then for Immortal, I did the Necromancer. Barbarian, Necromancer, Sorcerer, Rogue, Druid. I mean, the only one you could associate with healing would have to be the Druid. Please don't force me to play online or something. Select body type. Let's see. It'll be probably rudimentary for now because it doesn't really matter. Or maybe not. I really don't care though too much. Although we're not going to die, so it's going to be... And even if I do, I only should get one attempt. But if it does let me play on hardcore, we'll see. We'll see. I'm clearly not going to have any trouble at all. Hardcore. Oh, they die permanently. Wow, what a who would ever do that? I mean, like, is it harder? Like, does it increase the actual difficulty of the enemies and stuff? Because we're doing that shit anyway. Character limit. What do I want to name it? Just use my old RP name for everything, I guess. Now, would this require it to be a name that is like not taken online? More in-depth tutorial, less guidance. I mean, new Diablo players. World Tier 1 adventurer, world tier 2 veteran. Players who are new to Diablo are on a light challenge. Players who die are more challenge. Levels 1 to 50 enemies are more challenging. Monsters give 20% increase. But see, that kind of offsets the difficulty because you means you'll level faster and stuff. So maybe change that anytime. Once your character dies, they cannot be revived. All characters below level 10 will vanish upon death, while characters above will be remembered in the Hall of Fallen Heroes. Okay. Asking me for some kind of firewall permission, which probably means it will be online.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
Actually gonna be able to get a mount? I feel like there was something like that in Diablo 3, like where you had an ability as a necromancer that like would give you a mount temporarily or something. I can't remember. Yeah, that was like one of my most disliked videos on both of my channels. Me just simply laying out why I personally didn't like this style of game or my objective criticism of it. It doesn't mean that they're bad, right? It's just a preferential thing. Lilith was her name. He's showing it in such an immersive perspective. I wish I could play it like this. But then the argument there too is like, you could zoom in the camera, sure, just zoom in the camera, lol. But the problem with that is, it's not meant to be played like that, so you won't get the visibility and clarity that you want of the enemies. So it's designed in such a way to be played in that bird's eye isometric kind of view without any sort of viable alternative. So that's just how they want you to play it. These kind of subtitles aren't really necessary. Gonna start in the cave. See, it seems so peaceful out there for the most part. He's just riding his horse, chilling in the snow. That's not how the experience is gonna actually be like. Every 5 steps, there's like 1,000 enemies that are gonna spawn.
I should find better shelter before I freeze.
I didn't change anything with the graphics options and stuff, so hopefully it won't be too stuttery or anything. Let me see. It'll be fine. Yeah, that people would always question that probably. Like, your literal channel icon is the Diablo, and yet you don't know anything about it, and you've never beaten any of the games, and you barely play them, or you even meme on them. And even my main channel art is like that too, where it's like him saying, the Diablo doing the shush, and then it's like a wizard in the foreground doing the just standing there, and he's like, he must want me to be quieter because he thinks he's shushing him, and then but no, he's really saying, no, you fool, that's how many lives you have. So that's where it comes from, is the first playthrough permadeath of Diablo. So once again, the perspective, okay, at least it does let you zoom. Yeah, I want to play the game like this, but you can't, right? Like closer into your character and more involved in what's going on. So when you're a single unit like this class, okay, this will be my last time ever doing this thing, but let me try to do it correctly. The issue that I had with these games always was that you're a single unit as if you were in an RTS game, like you're a hero unit in Warcraft 3, but the camera is so zoomed out as if it is an RTS game, as if you do control multiple units, but you don't. And it's also the quantity over quality of enemy types. And so between those two elements, it's kind of like anti-immersive that you're, and also the loot is going to be quantity over quality, where most of it's just going to be garbage and you just bypass it, which is true of a lot of games too. Like Bethesda, you can just pick up everything, but just the sheer number of combat encounters makes each one feel a little bit cheap. Of course, here it's more meaningful because I only have one life, but that's besides the point. But yeah, it is a single player RTS. No, it's an RTS game where you control a single unit. And so you have that camera perspective that makes you feel detached. It's okay in an RTS game because you're controlling so much. Of course, just play as the Necromancer, lol, would be the answer. So potions, I'm not sure how or whether you're going to get them back. That's maybe the you got to say things in like very short form. Otherwise people's brains explode. The long form postulate doesn't do too well in this day and age. Not like the good old days. You control a single unit in an RTS game with an RTS perspective, so it feels detached and non-immersive compared to that where you at least would control other units. You feel too detached from your character, too detached from the action, and so it doesn't work on that level. And it goes in par for the course of the fact that everything feels just quantity over quality. But actually, I enjoyed Diablo Immortal quite a bit. It was pretty fun at the beginning, and it would have kept going if I didn't die to some stupid AFK thing. So does that mean I can pause it? No, I can't. But what a great feature. Although that shouldn't be as much of an issue now. Free purchase. Yeah, it is kind of cool that you do this for free. Although you are kind of doing their work for them. Beta testing shenanigans. Dry Steppes looks like a pretty nice big map. You start in the middle though. That's interesting. Ice Howl Taiga. Let's see. Yeah, a sorcerer would have no problem in this kind of environment. The rugged snow, you can just create your own little fire with the snap of your fingers. Like a good old Roy Mustang. You haven't completed any challenges yet. Friends list. Join a clan. Find a clan amongst the forces of Sanctuary. But even though... this is a pet peeve of mine too. Like how... you're playing a game solo... and yet it forces you to be online, like in Dark Souls. It's one thing, okay, you want to play a multiplayer, but it forces you to always be online, even if you're not playing multiplayer. I guess they feel like you might be able to cheat or something, or your progress is going to be carried over. Wait, I don't even have any abilities, though. What the fuck? That's to do, like, a little dash. I feel like that wasn't a thing you could do, and I'm sure there was an ability like it. Wait a second. What is this? Maybe I'm not meant to be... doing this. Got to get the hang of kiting, which this should almost be on a different icon here. That way you can click to move and then, or can I move with WASD and stuff? You can't. Well, that was already kind of a disturbing encounter. Sometimes the beginning is the hardest part because you don't have any gear and stuff to fall back on, so it can kind of blindside you when it's a combination of you not knowing what you're doing, but also just
blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed.
You know, also starting on a difficulty that they wouldn't expect you to start on the first time. I don't know if that actually makes it harder or not. A single target shit I can do all day, but hidden before a boss ends up killing me. Maybe I should look at the graphic settings and stuff. So I have 4 potions, but once those are gone, I don't know. And usually in these games, your health doesn't go up automatically, so that is a certain commitment. Just don't get hit. I mean, yeah, how common are hitless runs of Diablo, I wonder? Oh, see, now that's what they'll start doing. You don't have to pick up items. It'll just automatically pick it up because it's all such a crapshoot anyway. Most of it is meaningless, but yet, that's not a criticism. That's just an observation, I guess. That's just how the games are. Like kind of like a Borderlands issue. Profile. Why did it show your stupid tag and stuff there? Strength 7, intelligence obviously is going to be what you want. Willpower, resource generation. The thing with a mage as a class in these is the only problem is, yes, you'll be better than a warrior and stuff. You can just stay at a distance and do more damage, but then you're going to burn out too. So that makes you maybe more vulnerable if you're relying on that all the time. Although it's not like warriors don't have a resource. You'll have like rage or something, but I just feel like you rely on it a bit less. So like arguably the rogue could be better if it's going to act as an archer for the purposes of looting during combat, one of my age-old MMO sins. You'll be in the middle of clearing trash or doing a boss, and it's like, oh, I just want to loot this. I'm so OCD. If Monica from Friends played an MMO. I don't really like not having any abilities, or maybe I do and I just don't know. Imagine if it just wouldn't tell you. Level 3 skill points. I mean, that's kind of weird. Enter to chat, but chat with who? This is just I highly doubt this would be a multiplayer environment. Try to explore. Yeah, see, it discourages that too. Don't explore every nook and cranny because it's just going to be some more random enemies and random stuff that doesn't matter. See how scary they made like that one enemy look in the cutscene when he's like in the cave, but then we're just killing these like it's nothing. Presumably that's not the exact same one, but yeah, these games almost have like a horror vibe and aesthetic, but it's more like Castlevania where you're such a force of nature and you're just tearing through all this shit that you're never really scared of it. But I'll take the Diablo Immortal one as a good sign because, in fact, if anything, you'd want to zoom out more because there's no like, you know, you want to maximize the range at which you're using all this. It's possible that it's not even possible to avoid getting hit in some of these cases, but not really. I'm sure you could use cover and like get them at a weird angle where they have to like go around it to get to you. That looked like a pathway forward. Trying to get a feel for where I've been and like retrace my steps. That seems like where I started, but it's actually not. Careful not to aggro too many things together. This seems a little bit odd. Just that that deer kind of scared me. You want to focus fire, but they keep kind of going back as soon as you hit them, so I don't know if that's knockback. It seems like they're just doing it on their own. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to do this. That's always a cool ability. I feel like even if it is an ability in the other games, it's usually like a class ability, not just like some base thing that you have. Kill one of the deers and eat its meat. That should be a healing capability as well. Relying on these 4 potions that I don't know whether I'll get more or not, so you could get hard locked in a certain sense too. But once you get to a town or something, I'm sure you can buy and whatnot. Where does it show my gold here? 74. Red Dust PvP. O-Balls. Curiosity Vendor. So I think this is the same thing. I'm going to be like extra thorough actually. Not just like I'm stalling for time so I don't encounter anything that can get me killed. Or even I just did Path of Exile. It's not like I got super far, but I didn't die. It's just, you know, 1 episode length. Yeah, you would almost think I am a fan of these games. You look at my channel, you look at my art, you look at some of the games I've played that I make a point to try to play. I mean, it is what it is. Always like to toy with people's expectations, I guess. Is it abandoned, or will there be a million goddamn enemies everywhere?
Fangs in the dark.
Another abandoned town. Demons hangs in the dark. Okay. What's going on here?
What's it to you?
Oswin, hush. I'm sorry, Wanderer. You've come at a difficult time. This madman just stumbled into town and started causing trouble.
Demons spilling from the ruins. Kill us all. Kill us all.
Ruins? What is he talking about?
Come, I'll explain.
You just killed 50 dogs. Like, why are you so... Could be demon dogs, or is that a normal
There is
occurrence?
evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw.
Armor vendor. Oh, already we're in a town. Healer. Well, that's convenient. Yeah, see, so what would stop us from just coming back here anytime we're missing any amount of health? Probably you'll be in the middle of a dungeon or something. It isn't safe here. What's this place? How would I know that?
Could you protect us from whatever is out there? We have nowhere else to turn.
There is evil lurking in those ruins. I will drag it into the light of day.
Truly? Oh, thank you.
Total faith in a random stranger. Okay, so will I finally get an ability here? Dusk on the Mountain. Tab, map, and journal.
I'm sorry, it's a bit cramped.
It's weird that they
It's still better than a cave.
have a voice acting for your character that you're playing as, but they don't have it for when you like ask questions or stuff.
Alenta went a bit deaf last winter. You might need to speak up around her.
Oh, I thought she had other dialogue options.
Fire's looking good, but I should watch it a little longer to make sure it doesn't go out.
Oh, that's like the classic mistake of doing the thing you're meant to do. You should always do what you're not meant to do first, and then you could do the other options like they're optional. This one advanced the story, so now they won't
Let
have that
Oswald
again.
bother you. He's a good man, really.
Are we going to do the Poke TV thing where we try to exhaust every single thing they can possibly say?
I'm sorry, it's a bit cramped.
It's still better than a cave.
And that wouldn't even repeat it, so why would that have been necessary?
Warm hearth. There are still things to be grateful for in this world.
Yeah, did you know? Let's play a game of Hearthstone.
Fire's looking good, but I should watch it a little longer to make sure it doesn't go out.
So that means you've exhausted their dialogue, I suppose. I swear I'm not trying to do that every time. Imagine if he was charging me without telling me that.
If Devmir's taking up all the space by the fire, just give him a shove.
Random stranger that I just met for the first time ever.
What's that? You say something?
Unspent ability points.
Poor thing, traveling in this awful weather.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem. Not the fact that 100 demon dogs are trying to kill me every 5 steps. Rider's leggings, +4 armor, +5 armor. Don't really seem that important, but imagine not getting your optimal BIS gear in this kind of a scenario. I just feel like there'll be something better. Give me a goddamn spell or something. So this is going to dictate... I don't really get how this is going to be. They all seem like in the same direction. They always try to show off and overwhelm you with these talent trees. Like Path of Exile was really good with that until you realize that they're shared between all the classes. At least this is obviously couldn't be. Basic shock. What I'm using now isn't even anything. It's just like a wand that doesn't even... I don't know if it takes up anything. No, it doesn't. And it's physical damage too, even though it's clearly not. Like you're shooting something at them. Launch a bolt of lightning that shocks an enemy 4 times. Throw a bolt of frost. Now that's good because it can help you kite stuff, but again, it doesn't matter because you're going to be killing stuff so quickly. Fireball dealing 3 damage and burning for 12. Now that's weird because it does so little initial damage. Not like how Fireball used to work in WoW, like it was the opposite. It would do 12 and then do 3 over 8, like something really shitty as the secondary effect. Arc Lash. So why are 2 of them lightning? Unleash an arcing lightning that deals 12. Yeah, it's got to be an AoE because that's the name of the game. Like, even if, you know, boss fights are going to be an issue, then you can always just And even boss fights are going to have ads on them too, so you can't even think like that. Launch a bolt that shocks an enemy 4 times. An enemy, though. An enemy. It doesn't say actually whether this is hitting one thing or multiple. Dealing 3. I mean, just because that's obviously the only one that seems like a clear AoE. I don't know why these games have so few buttons though too. Like I think Path of Exile was like that. Why not have like 5 different taskbars? That's the whole appeal. Sometimes of like you have like a million abilities by the end of the game. Refund all, skill assignment. Doesn't let me actually do that. I don't get it. What? Oh, you can just do that instead of your primary thing, but it's gonna take a mana, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. So now we couldn't do both of those if I wanted. Not that that was really too important anyway. Okay, I don't want to go there yet. What other menus are there? Collection. So, okay, we already saw that. Door's locked. You must find a key before you can open it. Yeah, this is pretty close to the town. The big thing with that isn't just that it did more damage too, but it's going to AoE if there were more things. Oswin, this guy's going crazy.
Watch out, eh? He's a biter. You need a wet nurse or something? Piece off.
You're so accommodating to this guy. I'm not even doing anything. So I guess there's not really a whole lot else to do in town. You know what, though? I'll take my chances and save my gold. I thought there'd be another shop that would sell me something actually meaningful. Although I could basically buy both of those. Like, how much better are they really? This is new stock delivery 00. This is +5, +5. I just don't feel like it's that important, but I'm not the kind of tanky class anyway, but that's arguably more reason to get it. You can go back and find the healer there anytime, so I'm not going to use a potion. It's just not going to happen. Oh, does it actually stun them? Every 10 times it stuns. Oh, wow. That is unbelievable. See, you can find the optimal build without even having to look it up. You can just automatically tell that that's going to be amazing early game. Although I'm sure the stun wouldn't work on certain things, like bosses, obviously. I feel like, yeah, that's another thing you could say is bad with these games. Sometimes you pick up so much loot and 90% of it's going to be garbage to the point where people end up using add-ons and stuff for these games. But more to the point, you could kill a boss type enemy without even knowing, right? It'll be just like the same stuff you're fighting regularly, like a wolf that has a special name. And there's so much shit going on the screen that you barely even tell the difference or care that it's a boss, right? So boss fights that you barely notice, loot that you barely care about, combat that you can barely see or pay attention to because there's so much shit going on and it's just like a bullet hell random experience. And yet, doesn't mean it's bad, but I'm just pointing out objectively true things about the genre that even players who like it can't help but acknowledge. Yeah, who needs to buy that shitty gear from the shop there? Relic Skull, 11 item power, 18 damage per second. I like how that started to happen too. Like, if you look at the UI in like old school MMOs and stuff, they wouldn't tell you certain things and people would have to figure them out. Like, what's my crit chance or what's, you know, some of these nuanced things. But now they start to do it. Like DPS, you don't have to calculate it yourself. It'll tell you every little thing. Instead, it would just say like a normal, like total damage. It does 25 damage per hit. It's not going to tell you per second and all these nuanced calculations. Of course, if I was truly trying to min-max it, I would have chosen Necromancer because there's no question that being able to summon stuff is going to be... Although perhaps I'd be able to do that here too. Level 3. Yeah, I mean, if you consider them in the Borderlands category, then I guess at least that's a fair comparison. Like, it's just more action and more meant to be played in almost a mindless way, but doesn't mean it can't be hard. So we just got a boot 5 seconds ago, and we already upgraded it. Now, why is this better? I thought I just looked at that. Mark as junk. So we could go back and sell all this shit, but there's really nothing to buy from this dude. Kind of shocking that they... Yeah, see, every time I pick something up, I'm tempted to look at it. That's how I'd play any other game. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a new skill point. Now see, this is exactly the kind of time you can get yourself killed too, because you're not paying attention, something will come upon me. That's how I died on my rogue or whatever in Lord of the Rings Online. Like, I'm in stealth, but I'm in the presence of enemies, and so I'm looking at something in my menus or reading through some flavor text, and then some enemy comes so close that they break through my stealth. So can I not do it again, or 1 out of 5, not learned yet? I assume I could do it again, but it's in red. If Arclash's initial swipe critically strikes, it swipes an additional time. Oh, so you have to get one more in this, I guess, to get to there. Gain 6% movement speed for 5 seconds per enemy hit with it, up to 18%. Hitting an enemy stunned with it reduces your cooldowns by 0.25 on everything, I guess. You know what? Let's not get this just to see if I can get a second one there. Okay, fine. So now I can just move on and not worry about those. And so I'll look for the next AoE there. Level 3. Now, I don't know how much it scales to your level or what, because one of those areas said level 2, I think, before I even was level 2. But to some extent, I'm sure it must. Abandoned halls. Search the depths of Icehowl ruins. Let's keep looking here, though. Hang on. Oh, there was nothing even here in the first place. What are these red things that keep appearing? They'd probably just heal you if you were missing health, so you wouldn't have to pick up. Or it would probably just refill a potion. But I'm just never, ever going to use them. Watch. No potion run. Because again, it theoretically should be possible that you can do these in a hitless way. It's just not how you normally play it. I've never been a big fan of hitless stuff because it's not that I couldn't do it. It's that, you know how people do stuff like that? Or even how people normally do permadeath runs if they're not me, is they'll play a game like 50 times over and over and memorize every last element. So then it makes it less impressive and it's super boring. Not saying I always do it in a first playthrough sense, but it could be a game that I haven't played in years, or it could be a game that's like, you know, I've beaten it once, but I haven't like practiced doing permadeath and stuff. And then speedruns are even worse for that, where it gets down to such a contrived thing where like everyone's doing it the exact same way, and then one person does one little thing. Whoops, I sneezed and my cat jumped on my keyboard, and that's a new world record. So now everybody will copy that one too. Okay, so much healing shit, I assume. So I don't even have another ability here. Earning 3 total skill points, so that one will be coming soon. Maybe I can put the base wand thing back there. But this stuff doesn't even take a mana, so I don't even understand. It should, even if it's only a little bit. Why didn't that kill the other one when I hit the first one? Because it is supposed to be an AoE. It didn't even do anything to him. I guess you can't zoom the camera out as much as I thought you'd be able to. The way he's holding that makes me think of like Illidan holding the Skull of Gul'dan. Search the depths of Icehowl ruins, which is not what this is anyway. That's it. I just love that initial sort of predication of the of Diablo, like how you go into a church and it's like, oh, we'll kill a couple things here and then move on with the rest of the game. Oh wait, that is the whole game. You just keep going down and down forever, which you can't do here apparently, or there might be some puzzle. Oh shit, yeah, the puzzle is find the door. High tunic, let me guess, it's gonna be an upgrade. You should do this stuff more so out of combat anyway, but actually playing a mage class for once in a while because it is ultimately my favorite in most RPGs. Not just because you can cheese and do stuff from a distance. Arguably, like I said, I think the rogue might even be better because then you don't have to worry about mana. But I don't seem to have to worry about it anyway. Let me actually test what these are. Yeah, like it's dropping a potion like literally every 5 steps, so I should probably just spam it. Means you can be a little more aggressive too. This whole thing also of the movement being tied to the ability button is really a stupid thing, right? I'm sure there's a way I could change that, but at least the way it starts is it kind of forces you into that. Like, I keep forgetting to use this ability too. Oh fuck, just walk right into it. Why is he not doing it from a distance? Do you maybe have to get close to do this one? You actually have to walk right into it. I guess this one isn't as good as the other ability then, from that perspective. Blow them up so they can't potentially get me killed by accident. And that leaves a hazard on the ground. Just don't stand in the fire. Yeah, what would be worse? A single player RTS or a single player MMO? So weird how you have to actually just walk up to him, or maybe I'm doing something wrong. It's not like I can even switch the slot right now. Elemental Artist. Or maybe this is the ruins. It doesn't mean it's actually called that. Holy shit. The jump scare moment. But they're all pretty goddamn weak. We go in the other direction, maybe. Oh, wow. It's even splitting up, like, parts of the dungeon into levels. Without even having to change floors or anything. Or, like, now you'll be able to do these super long dungeons without having to do a loading screen. So you should do that ability thing. Oh, it's not showing up now. Oh, now it is. So the main thing I'm happy about here is I can actually use another slot. Initial swipe critical hits. Maybe I don't care about that. Let's actually look through these. And now, of course, we could get attacked by something while we're doing this. Handle a beam of fire, burning enemies for 11 seconds. Damage increase per second increases by 4. Release 5 bolts of lightning that course through along the ground in an erratic pattern. Perfectly suited for the erratic way the enemies attack you. Unleash a stream of lightning that does 12 chains. Okay, I don't want to overdo the lightning stuff though. Maximum mana. Launches 5 shards. Kills, doesn't really matter. I kind of want fire. 18 to surrounding enemies. Channel a beam of fire. Let me try that. You'd have to get 3 more to be able to advance the tree. I'm kind of not committing to one thing, which is probably a bad idea even. Hopefully this will be more like, yeah, at a distance, which apparently the shock one really just is not. Is that actually going to take up mana? I don't understand that. Yeah, 20 per second. But a lot of these don't do anything. Basic shock, core pyromancy channeled. Okay. Don't run in. Always pull them out. That's always the fun ability, and it gives me a way to dump my mana. So, like, whenever it's up, just do it. You see, that's totally what the hardcore gamer would do with this, too. You would want to zoom out even more than this, just so you can see more what's going on and even plan your stuff ahead of time. Your skill shots. You compare it to like League of Legends or something that way. This is way too zoomed in. Not bad, actually. You may as well just do this, dump it. I'll make a rule though, like only doing it when one actually drops like that. Problem is you're kind of forced to stand in one place that way, but a lot of stuff is going to be melee for the time being anyway. Will this be the run that I actually complete the whole game? Probably not, because I probably just won't do it anyway. Like, I'm not going to die, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to do it in like one sitting. That's the one thing I used to be more willing to do that I just don't care about anymore, is like when a game first comes out, I not only do I not play it, but I almost avoid playing it because I don't want to feel like I'm rushing through it. And like if I want to get a world first permadeath with something, it would mean that I would have to sacrifice really taking my time and getting immersed and enjoying it. That would be the real reason, not an ability thing, of course. Okay, hurry up. See, now you get lulled into a sense of complacency. Oh, here we go. Dreadful Skeleton. Does that count as a boss?
Out of mana once again.
Yeah, but I have nothing. Did he say once again? Oh, shit. There's a lot going on, though. How much HP does this dude have? Yeah, I kind of don't like this ability because you have to, like, literally stand on top of their head. Wait, where did I come from? Here. It's not a big deal, but it doesn't do as much as you might think. I'm literally playing as like a melee mage, dude. What is this? Doesn't do enough damage though. Like, this ability is perfect as far as the range and everything about it, but okay, just heal. Don't be stingy about the fuck. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the dash ability too. That's what you're supposed to do, is like go in, literally face tank it. This is how a mage is meant to play, and then dash away. What the fuck? Champions no more, 1 out of 3. Kind of immersion breaking to keep seeing these random things come up. At least if you're leveling up or something, that's one thing, but that's like a stupid achievement or something. The range on this is trash, dude. Where does it even say that? It really doesn't say it, actually. You just have to extrapolate, like, oh, a beam of fire. So I assume the beam is going to go vertically and not horizontally. Strider's hand wraps. You might say, oh, don't bother trying to change your loot. Play it like Anthem, where they force you not to be able to change it in the middle of combat, or in the middle of a mission. So you just worry about looting stuff, and then you don't get to change it until you come back to base. But here, that's almost the optimal way to play it, is to make sure you keep upgrading as you go. Place is pretty decently sized. Yeah, just dump my mana into one ability and wait for the next one to come up. That seems to be an optimal way to do it for now. But I'm not very happy with this left click ability, and the damage of this is very bad. Which is fair enough, because it's going to be hitting, obviously, multiple things, but it does require you to stay in place. You can almost just keep tap, tap. Oh, maybe it takes up... No, it doesn't take up, like, any extra when you first do it. And there'll never be, like, anything super secret to find in the environment, I feel like. Or maybe there will be, like, secret chests and stuff. But for the most part, I feel like any rare loot you get is just going to be a random drop. Makes it seem like a pause icon, but of course you can't pause because you're online. Already at full life. Don't have any mana potions, but it comes back pretty quickly on its own, so it doesn't really matter for now. Yeah, like the WoW mage leveling experience where you tried... So that whole area I just did was pointless on that side, right? I already went through here. So you could extrapolate this is obviously the right way to go. You never know how long one of these is going to go on, actually. You might come out of here and be level 20 already or something. I don't really know if this will even carry over, or if I care whether it'll carry over, but I actually skipped a couple flex days the last couple of weeks, so this just happened to fall into place. I was gonna do Final Fantasy Online and then Titanfall 2. That was my next flex day. Which means I basically just play stuff that I don't normally play and I might not play again just to try it. And it all started with a game called Spellbreak because it was about to go offline and I panicked. So I was like, shit, I should really have a format where I can just do that. You know, play something that is outside of my normal schedule. Because there's always going to be shit like that about to go offline or it just came out or whatever. I don't know why I did Hogwarts Legacy though. That really didn't have anything to do with anything. Just because I wanted to talk about all those controversial subjects. That is one of my favorite intros actually ever, because I don't really like take notes or like have a script, but I just kind of go over in my head like something I want to. That's what Asmongold would do, right? He would stay up late at night probably, and he would come up with like 100 different topics to talk about. I feel like we're kindred spirits with that aspect. Kind of like an overthinker who just. That's why people accuse him of his shit being scripted, because it kind of is, but it probably isn't really. Kind of like a compliment actually when you say that. Like what you said is so well thought out that it's actually must be scripted. He's making it seem like you can go down those little things there, but you can't. Like literally it's a game that I'm playing with one fucking button right now. Or with just the mouse. Like there's nothing for me to do. You should be able to move like with the arrow keys if you really want. I don't see what the downside of that would be. But they don't let you. I feel like I missed an area somewhere a little bit backwards. You gotta do 100% run too. I'm not really using the map much. Maybe not. I thought there was another way to go, actually. Let's see. Yeah, that is one of the annoyances, too, of just, like, you're using the same button to move as you're using to attack. So, like, you attack and then move and then click back every time. It's kind of awkward. Like, kind of all these games have, although you could probably change some keybind if you really want. Yeah, it goes against the whole stereotype in WoW, like, oh, what are you, some kind of clicker? But in this game, you have to be. But at least you're not clicking on the ability on the taskbar. You're clicking on it more broadly, like... Okay, this is a little bit disturbing. Oh, shit. Now, how far back can I really kite these things is a big question. Now, that's where you can potentially get body blocked and just die. I feel like my damage just is not up to par here. Although using fire on demons might not be the smartest idea ever. So much of it is just going to be kiting like this. And not even because I'm playing as a mage. Even if you were a warrior or something, you probably wouldn't just stand there and take it. Oh, maybe we zone them out? You're not allowed to kite them that far back? Now we know. Ah, this ability is pissing me off, actually. You have to get in so goddamn close to do it. This one is fine, although it's doing a pretty piss poor amount of damage. Fiery Fallen. Like, what if I do just tank it? Could be famous last words, but you're almost better off. You are stunning that guy too, so maybe I should trust this a bit more. Fire was maybe not the best decision to make. It'll turn into like trying to use fire spec in vanilla WoW, right? I always wanted to play like that, but then they're forced into using Frostbolt or Frostspec because all the initial raids are Ragnaros, Onyxia, you know, Molten Core, Onyxia's Lair, Blackwing Lair. So all of them are dragons and fire stuff that's either immune to fire or very resistant to it. So you're kind of fucked over and just forced into it. So here, everything's going to be a demon that's resistant to fire. So why even bother doing it? That was like a classic. You know what? I even went so far as to use Arcane. This is like an original WoW. I'm like, oh, my Arcane missiles do like 500 damage. Isn't that suitable? Isn't that enough? Like per tick, but it wasn't mana efficient at all. It was actually pretty fun in PvP though to do that. Oh, it seems like while you're channeling, you can still do the other one too. Maybe. Now I'm actually down 1 potion. I said that should never be allowed to happen if you're doing it actually properly. You should almost just save the healing well. Like, I don't need it right now. Once it's gone, I think. Although you barely even need it. Life by 35%. Life over 3 seconds. Like, I always like that too. Where, like, in a lot of games, potions should have cooldowns. Like, I always say that in Skyrim, because otherwise, or even healing items, you can, in the middle of combat, that's the meme, right? You're, like, stuffing 30 potatoes into your mouth in the middle of combat, full heal. But also, like, in Fallout New Vegas and stuff, they do it where it's healing over time. So you can use the stim pack, but it won't heal you all at once if you're about to die. It'll be very slow. That's kind of a good way to go about it. Decapitated priest, probably going to turn you into a boss somehow. Inspect the decapitated priest. UI's pretty good. Doesn't kind of take up too much space. Let me check. Maybe I missed something. As if it matters. Of course, that would indicate a boss too. Just the fact that there's a little healing well there. I feel like the boss is something you'd be the least likely to die to. You'll probably die to just like some random new enemy type that does something you wouldn't expect, or just an especially big horde of enemy, bigger than the usual ones. Yeah, you got to kind of abuse the stuns a bit here, and I am kind of face tanking it a bit too much. But right now, the stuff just doesn't feel too threatening, but that's exactly the mindset that's going to get you killed. So much of it, you realize, comes down to psychology, and that's just not my infatuation with psychology in general. But, you know, so many of the times where people will die in permadeath runs is because they get too lax, not because, or even myself then, I'll use it as an example. You get too comfortable, right? You feel like, oh, you have this really powerful build now, or everything's going so smoothly, you've never come close to dying. And then that one moment will happen that blindsides you. Like the fucking spiders in Anthem. It's just some random thing that I fought a million times, but just because of the circumstance, I was a little bit off guard. Or in The Witcher, that was a classic moment. Like, I have like 100 healing items in my bag, and I'm at like half health from the last fight. So logically, all you would have to do is sit there and wait or heal up. But I feel like, oh, it's not a big deal. And then I just go into the next combat. So not only did I not have to die there, all I had to do was just wait. It's just your health comes back very slowly in that game, and I was being so stingy. But you have like a bag full of potions, let's say, and you just choose to not use any of them. And you can't really use them in combat. Evade enemy attacks. Yeah, that's not really gonna work on this guy, is it now? Imagine he's just immune to fire, then I'm just fucked. Mage that's actually gonna have to use like a melee fucking thing. Or it'll be good on these, I guess. Gotta watch my health. I'm ready to do the potion anytime it's necessary. I'm not too happy about the damage that I'm doing, though. What the fuck is this? This is not a single target damage ability, dude. I guess I'll just have to deal with it and just take a super long time. Or maybe you should try to hit him now, of all times. Okay, they telegraphed those pretty well. This is gonna go on for a long fucking time, though. Vulnerable. I'm only doing that because I'm annoyed by how little damage I'm doing here, but I don't want to waste any more potions. Can I hit him while he's doing this shit? It just kind of tells me how little that does, dude. At least it should do like a certain amount, but then it splits it if you want to do an AoE. So if there's 2 or 3 things, I understand that. But because there's only one target, it should just do it all in one. I don't even know what I got hit by there. It looks like I've done a lot more damage on the top bar than on his actual bar over his head, so I can't really tell. I assume it's supposed to be the same. Okay, summons ads, which is not really that big of a deal. Vulnerable, vulnerable. Just keep running away. Kiting is your style of play in this game, even if you're not a caster or a range class. Fuck is that? Yeah, I won't let myself get too low here. Damn, I feel like I was avoiding those, but... So when you're vulnerable, he might just do double damage and just one-shot you at that point. I feel like maybe I wasn't meant to do this yet, but I don't know. I almost want him to get sucked in and get hit by the AoE there. Guy's a little bit tanky, though, I must admit. Wow. I don't want to let myself get too low, but I also don't like the way this is going. Fuck. Lost to line of sight. That might be worth doing, actually. That's maybe the way you're supposed to go about it. Oh, I think one of them actually dropped a potion thing, too. Very important, although kind of cheese. That's why getting ads in a fight is actually a good thing. Like in Anthem, so you can't run out of ammo, or you can't, you'll constantly get health pickups and stuff. Won't be too stingy with the thing here, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go ahead, pop the potion. I was kind of planning to take a little bit of damage there. It's fine. Worth it. Oh, what am I doing? Fuck. So much face tanking, dude. I'm a goddamn mage. Don't really want to use this one, but gotta keep remembering to use the dash thing. Okay, go in there. I'll do a whole bunch of hits here. 1, 2, 3. Do the Q, and then hopefully they'll drop another one at some point here. I hope. The amount of damage you can do here, though, when he's running around chasing you is very low. It's hard to really do anything, in fact. That's good. He just keeps dropping potions like crazy, though. Come on, that makes it too easy mode. This is supposed to be on hardcore, but I don't think hardcore really affects stuff like that as much as just the pure experience of your character doesn't come back to life. Like, do you know who you're talking to, dude? That's the rule no matter what I do. Could be a fucking MMO I'm playing for the first time. Could be a story game like Phoenix Wright or something. Although not always, just kind of a ballsy play, but he's gonna go in and summon this shit. Okay, this dude had a lot more health, I guess, than I would have ever expected. I'll admit that. Either maybe I'm not meant to do it, or it really is just meant to be like this. Yeah, imagine doing a hitless run of something like this, though, because some of the stuff seems like it's not hitting you, but then it just... I don't know, some of the hitboxes seem a little bit janky. Just in terms of the visual feedback, at least. I'm not going to take a chance. He's going to go in. Couple potions there, but don't go straight for them. Pretty good, though, mechanically. I keep fucking doing that. So tempting to go for the left click because this isn't doing dog shit for damage. Okay. So basically just be a potion spamming degenerate. I don't know how much that's going to come into play later on. Probably not a lot. Okay, we should be able to finish him off here. One time he's going to bait me like he's going there, but then he'll go and do something else. I don't know if that vulnerable thing really stacks on you like that, but... You'll actually just get one shot by one of those dinky things. Fuck. Stuck on a pillar. Getting way too lax. Oh, it's because they blow up at the end. I thought they were blowing up just because they were hitting something like the pillar. I mean, the left click is meant as an AoE too, so you can't even say like, oh, that's why it's doing so little damage. Yes, of course. Use your dash to go in and actually hit him that way. Use it offensively. I won't even say it was that hard, but it was definitely a long fight. Yeah, I take that one back. It's not like, oh, you can kill a boss without even noticing. That one, they certainly made a point. But no, there's often like a, you know, mini boss type enemy that like has a special name. That's how it was in the first game, at least. Return. What was that? I didn't even see what I clicked. Okay, let's check all this shit out, or I would have probably been safer just staying in there. Lucky Relic Skull. 69. Now, is he giving me this because I'm a mage, or would have just given me that anyway? I feel like it has a bias to give you what's actually going to be useful. 69 damage per second. 6% damage to crowd control enemies. Oh, they actually use that as a term, officially. That was always just like a fan term that people would call it. Like using polymorph or something. Okay. I wonder, is there anything special about this that you would want to keep? Unlocks new look on salvage. I guess not. I can just go sell everything. Engage Fiery Fallen Mortar. Too much random text that isn't even like from other players. It's just the game telling you achievements and stuff. Staff does look pretty cool. Wasn't expecting it to start in like a snowy environment like this. Normally it's the opposite, like you're in the pits of hell, but I guess, yeah, that's one. So, yeah, look at the bright side of life. If all these demons invade, at least they'll bring their fire with them and keep us warm as they're slaughtering us. What am I even doing? Where is this? Level 4 area. I'm just trying to go back to town, obviously, but so there is no like fast travel thing yet, like a scroll or something. That was one mechanic I never liked either, like the whole identify item thing. You have to get like an identify scroll to be able to see it. I don't know why they did that. Maybe just so you couldn't use it right away as you're in a dungeon if you pick up something rare, or just to add like an extra expense to it. Or just for the game to actually load and figure out. Oh, it zoomed in a little bit as I went into town. Is that supposed to happen? I guess so. Dude, that's even them acknowledging, oh, it's got to be a little more immersive when you're talking to NPCs and stuff, so we'll make sure the camera isn't too out of your perspective.
The woods around here are dangerous.
Sell, just sell everything. We have over 1,000 gold, but none of this shit is going to be good. So what's even the point? Give me some special item to look forward to. Whatever. Is there anybody else I wonder to talk to? Let's see, actually. See what that crazy guy's up to. Or maybe he got away.
Oh, bastard monk punched me in the gut and ran off into the woods.
He's gonna turn into the surprise final boss of the game. You could have just killed him right there. I don't see what they were so fascinated with that guy about anyway. Like, okay, he's crazy, so just throw him out. This is the inn. Where was that other building? I thought there was another one I went into before. The dash is very much appreciated, actually. Oh yeah, it was locked.
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light, you are heaven sent. Oh, I'm so sorry. We haven't any coin to offer. But we have hot stew, good company, and...
Stay for a pint.
Wash out the taste of the stew. We'd be honored if you'd join us.
To our savior!
Get this treatment at level 4. Just wait till the end game. Gonna have some kind of vision while we're passed out drunk. Just a minx roleplay. Ha ha ha. So much fucking drama farmer stuff going on. They can't even go to a party and fucking drink without a big spectacle. Oh, they must have done this on purpose. But why? We just did their work for them. What the fuck? We trusted them. It's all part of the plan and the schedule. But for what purpose? I saw my corpse and from my mouth crawled hatred. A father burned his children on a pyre and a mother molded a new age from the ashes. Or did we just naturally die? But why would they do it so casually then? I saw the weak made strong, a pack of lambs feasting on wolves, tears of blood rain on a desert jewel, and the way to hell torn asunder. Or maybe we just fell asleep and he's letting us sleep in peace in the shack. Could be like so many different interpretations of what's happening. Then came a spirit of light piercing hatred's heart, and he who was bound in chains was set free. We're going to be sacrificed in some kind of ritual chamber so that their crops grow once the snow subsides. But like, why? Why would they do this as soon as you just help them? It's not like he's just doing it on his own because they were all watching him.
By mother's blood, by mother's body, so shall you witness her glory before you die.
You just killed one of her bosses, so I don't see what
Not ready yet.
They're coming! The whole damned village! Get up! Get up! We have to fight our way out! There! Take them!
Yeah, I don't do co-op, dude. This is a single player playthrough. Get out of here. Fuck. Now you're gonna be forced to do it.
Souls! All of you!
A hero's return. Yeah, don't trust anybody, including this guy, because it's a game where there's nothing but enemies all around all the time, so... What do you expect? The NPCs are enemies too. The shopkeepers are enemies too. But this is garbage unless you wanna... Up to 34. Per second increases, but it's very hard to keep it channeled like that. You're gonna have to phase tank them. I need like a single target ranged ability that does a lot of damage. That's what I need. Dealing 41. So 41 is clearly very good. I'll actually do that. Going full fire build. This is good, but how do I even change it now? Like, let's see. How do you collections? I don't even know how you see like your spell book or whatever. A was like the thing here. Okay, so this will do high-end damage, and then the right click would do the AoE, but let's actually go full range build then. As a mage is supposed to be. You're actually killing all the NPCs, dude. Cool. You could kind of trick people by saying, oh, but it's not a very good left click thing because you don't have enough mana to do it, period. It's not a spammable ability. What the fuck is going on? Ah, this is kind of shit. Here, I'll just wait. I'll just wait.
You are blessed like us now.
That was all of them. Light willing.
You could trick somebody and say like, oh, you get to kill NPCs in this game. You get to kill shopkeepers and stuff. Which technically you just did. It's just like, that's a scripted scene. Take this. Put this. And then basically let me not do fireball. Or like, you would need an ability that doesn't take up mana and then one that does. So this would be like your ace thing. So just do that whenever it's up, and it does a very good amount of damage, so I can't complain about that. But I don't know what the other one should be. So if I was fighting a boss again, like I could just ignore, like only do fireball on him. That'd be better than that stupid beam. I didn't realize it would be that shitty damage, and I didn't realize this was a melee attack.
Madman. Those heretics drugged me after I returned from the ruins. Just like you. I came to my wits and escaped. Tried to get inside the chapel, but it was locked and...
Oh, I get it. Maybe they expected me not to come back. They underestimated me.
What honor of evil is this? Petals? Of blood?
They must have fed them to me.
A blasphemous ritual. How did they learn this? Perhaps the answer lies in the chapel. They kept it locked up for a reason. The key might be on that woman who was leading them.
I guess you really had no reason to suspect them, but still, that was a stupid thing to do. Actual good plot twist moment. Now, what's going to be in town? Nobody. What the fuck? Dude, the longer these series go on, they try to play with audience expectation a lot. This town's just going to be empty forever.
Only fire can cleanse the darkness in this place. Have a look inside, but hurry.
Good thing I have exactly a fire build here.
Is this real?
A little bit of a stutter there.
Shameful. Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity. You drink and gamble. You covet and steal. Shameful.
Sin is their birthright. My children.
lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Resist! Resist her temptation!
Vani, it's me. I brought your child into this world.
He's pretty tanky for a priest, though, huh? Why does she care about this dinky little town, though, anyway? Or it's to imply that she's gone a lot of places and done it.
Go to the dry steppes and continue your preparations. Now, our true work begins.
And he's saying, like, oh, you drink and you gamble and stuff. But this town is so shitty and small that you wouldn't even have room to do that.
Thank the light.
That was like a vision into the past or something. Imagine she came in the time that we were gone to go to that. Obviously not, but to do that dungeon. That's how long that boss fight took. What were you doing? So you should always ask these first so it doesn't advance it, I think.
Looking for the town priest. He stopped sending tithes, and I came to find out why. As I neared the village, I sensed darkness around the ruins. I went to investigate. Found the priest's body. Demons. Foolishly, I took shelter in Nevesk and ate their food. You know the rest. You collapsed inside. I thought the darkness had swallowed you. I dragged you here and put this cursed place to the torch. What happened to you in there?
I saw a vision. A horn demon. She said the lords of hell are coming. She wanted to help the people survive.
Help them.
Yes. She called them her children. And they welcomed her like a mother.
Mother? No. It cannot be.
I must report to the cathedral. Listen, there is a hermit to the northeast. A man of questionable loyalty, but he knows of the forbidden. He might be useful to us. Bring him to the cathedral in Kiovashad, and you will be in the light's favor.
Okay. Find the hermit's location. He still has more dialogue, though. Who is the mother? Who is this hermit?
He surrounds himself with dark knowledge. Tread carefully, and pray he has not fallen to Lilith as well.
Not really the most intimidating name.
Do not call her that. It is a demon, Lilith. The gospel says that she will walk among the people, posing as the mother of sanctuary. If she is here, it is humankind's own sin that has brought her.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. And then what does he say? Wait, what did he say before that? You steal men's souls and make them your slayers. It's not my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to give me tribute. Okay, so you gotta go northeast. Of course, there's probably only like one way to go for now anyway. So it must have been blocked off somehow. Otherwise, I could have just explored and found it before. The fireball will be good. I don't like this shock thing just because, but it's good against these kind of trash mobs, which is for the most part what you're going to be fighting. I like how I say hardcore and permadeath like they're two separate things. But if all hardcore means is that your character gets deleted when it dies, then it's the same thing. That shows you how little I know about the terminology in the series. I thought it would make it like more difficult too, which it might have, but I don't even know. All it said was characters who die in hardcore just don't come back. Guess that lets you know for sure that somebody isn't cheating, but then in before I die because my internet goes out or something, my power goes out. That'll be perfect. We lost Diablo Immortal, more like Diablo Mortal, ha ha ha, because I went AFK. Now this one will die because we go. Altars of Lilith are hidden. They grant permanent stat boost to all characters on this realm. Okay. I mean, does that mean we're kind of worshiping her though? That's realm power collected. Bad plot choice. Altar of Lilith Finder. You become the very thing you swear to destroy. She seems to have some kind of hypnotic power that she can just make people do whatever she wants. It's always hard and lore-wise to explain, like, okay, why couldn't she just do that to us then? What is so special about our character or any other good characters? Only works on the weak-minded, like those shitty villagers, I guess, who already are embroiled in sin by gambling and stuff, so they're kind of halfway down the broken path. They're still hesitant about doing it, or they feel bad about doing it, but they're still bad, sinful people. I like how you sit down and immediately the priest just starts talking shit to you. But yeah, like I was saying, it doesn't make sense that, oh, you're gambling and you're doing this and that. There's not enough room in that town to even fucking eat food. There's an inn and there's like a little shack and that's it. And a church. There is no casino or anything, so how would you even do that? Online gambling, of course. What is that thing? Iceworn Cellar. Handling Shrine. Endless Harmony dwells within. Oh, this might be some optional little event thing. Similar to, I think there was stuff like this in Path of Exile, or I don't even know. That wasn't too bad. See, my tendency is to just spam click because that way you can always... I don't like just click and wait. I don't know. Maybe that's not how people usually do it, but... Or you can even just hold it down. I guess that's not really my nature, though. You seem to move slower when you do that. Shit, I thought that was an enemy. Let's see. Love the mobility that gives you, though. That is great. Need like a blink ability or something, though, too. You're going to have 4 max potion slots. I don't know how or even if you can increase that. Let's look at this. What is my total health anyway? 64 versus 100. Imagine that'd be much higher if you were a different class. Although this might always be 100. This will be like some arbitrary number that can get up to like 1,000,000, but this will be like a fixed value? Or is that just by chance? No, it couldn't be because the costs are very specific. Takes you not do that right now. Yeah, what if you come in... I guess there won't be enemies as soon as you enter a place. What if you were to come in and it takes like a little bit extra long to load and you're already dead as soon as you load in or something? I'm sure that could happen. What else is around here? That was the shrine. I want to explore a little bit. Gauntlets. so annoying having to do that constantly. And I'm the type who likes that kind of inventory management. But here it's not really management. It's just constant fucking upgrades every 5 seconds. At least we made use of the shop. Oh, that's how you knew there were bad guys. Because that guy was trying to sabotage me. His shop was so shitty. It just had like 2 pieces of gear, like a chest and a shoes. Right? They didn't even have any spells or items or potions or anything good. They really had to go through all that trouble to kill me, though? I guess so, because I'm so strong that I was even able to take out a fucking boss, so... You know, that maybe is the smart way to go about it. Win my trust and test how strong I really am. And if I get killed while trying to take out the boss, then so be it. The problem with this one is you have to be a little bit accurate in terms of the fireball. Why the fuck do you have to get so close to do that? I don't get it. Can't go in there at all. Yeah, we can bury all those clowns from the town here. Victim blamer. You shouldn't be so weak-minded as to be controlled by Lilith. Actually got stuck there. Bug. Beta. And of course, clearly, if any eventuality does happen, it's only because it's a bug. It's not like I'm capable of dying in a game like this. Although I shouldn't really be so facetious even, because all 3 of the other ones, I should say the 2 went badly, right, for the original Diablo. I won't even take blame for the other one. That was a beta too, though, so clearly it must have bugged out. The fact that enemies spawned there. We actually killed the goat just because it's a symbol of the devil, by extension of AoEing there. I don't think you can actually target them, so that might be the only way to kill critters and stuff like that. So is the inventory going to be like where some things can take up 2 slots? I always like that. Like my staff is so big. No, it seems like a 1-by-1 basis. Offhand. Oh, it doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, bigger objects take up more space. Where am I going? Lane Minor. Hide gloves, fine. Potion. They drop a lot of fucking potions, dude. You know, my little PTSD with spiders now because of how I died as the ranger in Anthem. Just don't let them crowd control you. That's their biggest strength usually, is just... That's at least doing a very adequate amount of damage, so I'm satisfied with that. Problem is it relies on my aim a little bit too much, but I think this is the right mentality to have. Have one weak ability that you can spam, have one strong ability that can be a finisher or like a mana dump. Only problem is the weak ability is not ranged. Like, how would I go back and use the wand if I wanted to? I don't even understand that. That's not even in the menu or anything. What even hit me there? Spider host. Okay, again, crowd control is your biggest death now in a game like this. There'll be a million enemies on you in a second, and that's just it. Or like if there's a spawn hub point, like there'll be an egg sac that you have to destroy that'll endlessly spawn enemies if you don't kill it, or until you kill it. And so if you try to play it too safe, like a player like me does, then you wait around and end up causing more to spawn. So that's a good way to punish you for being like overly conservative. So there's like 2 little things I can do here, either that shack or this. Let me look at something here. Go to A. Abilities, character. I don't understand, first of all, what the base ability was. I don't get it. Can you just never use it again? Like, what if I want to? Basic skills deal damage and are always available to cast. Oh, so only these don't cost mana. That was a big mistake, actually, to get this one. I didn't realize. Because even my starting little wand tick was ranged. Obviously, because then I would have been screwed against those wolves. Okay, so we can go back to that. Is there any other direction I can go? Loose stone. Okay, these are fine. Oh, this will be the same spider cave here. Ah, fuck. It's kind of hard sometimes with that because they're going to keep soaking up the damage. There'll be something in front. I do like being able to one-shot stuff, though. It's not like super clear with what these abilities do in the context of like, it doesn't tell you the range. It doesn't tell you whether it's an AoE even sometimes. Ball of fire doing 41 to surrounding enemies, but it doesn't tell you the radius of that either. I don't know if that's intentional, that they want you to figure it out, or... I feel like it's the kind of thing where they would just tell you every last detail. Because people just look shit up anyway, because nobody likes to play games blind anymore. Oh, what? Even that I one-shot with just the basic thing? That's kind of surprising. And there's so many of these destructible things that don't even drop anything. That's another pet peeve about these games, potentially. At least. It makes me want to do it because it's there. To duck. As if I couldn't destroy this with like a fireball. Oh. Yeah, you're too courteous as to destroy that, but you'll destroy literally everything else in the vicinity. So, wait, where was I before that? You shouldn't run in like this so blindly either, because now you'll get attacked from both sides. Getting a little bit overzealous, actually. Although these things aren't too strong, but... Go fight a Spider Queen boss. Yeah, that's totally a progressive moment in the Diablo series, right? The first female Diablo, the first female, whatever, final boss, compared to, I don't even know what all the other ones were, or what their connection is, or anything. Wait, where did I go into before? I don't even understand. I didn't go here. I was in the spider cave, but it wasn't because of that. Staff, is this going to be better than mine? Probably not. Although it looks pretty cool. Wait a second. Wasn't I in like some bigger scale spider cave? What is this yellow line too? Probably means it's the quest zone. It's somewhere in that. Oh, that's cool. Maybe it won't tell you exactly where it is. We can check out that one little thing to jump down into. Little grotto. But I want to see what the hell happened to the other spider cave. That seemed to go on longer in the other direction. Or maybe it was just if you go down here. Almost feels like it was two separate things, because I would have fought these enemies if it wasn't. That'll be world first 100% rubble removal playthrough, where I destroy every single one of these. Nobody else would have the patience to do that shit. I guess this must have been it. For some reason it felt like something else. Fiendish Folio. Don't really care. Although one of these is going to have some really cool effects. So I'm just looking at the damage values or the armor values and stuff. But it might have some crazy, your fire spells deal 50% more damage. So that won't really show up as an up arrow type of thing. Or maybe just the fact that it has an ability, period. Well, maybe this is like somehow shorter than the regular game. Because if I'm already level 5 and level 30 is max, or I don't even know if it is. Or no, I think it said level 50 is max. Yeah, let's see what this thing is. We're not going to have another town for a while. I guess they kind of baited me in, thinking that would be like a hub area or at least something. It wouldn't have been a very good one anyway, because it was kind of... And this one acts as an AoE too. Man, I'm taking a lot of damage from that. What's going on?
I lack the needed magic.
Here, I'll just face tank you a little bit, I guess. That's often the best way to go about things, and you get the potion right back. So it's kind of rewarding you and conditioning you. This is all part of Lilith's master plan. She knows she's not strong enough to... Her minions aren't strong enough to kill us now, so she'll make them seem so weak that you can just face tank them, so later on that'll come back to bite me and get me killed. That's part of her hypnotic seduction technique, that she's able to lull you in over a long period of time in a way that seems very natural and organic, of course. Because our mind is too strong for her other tactics that she used on like the villagers and stuff. Dude, I'm not gonna fucking die. It's like not even a question. It's not gonna happen. Like, I'll beat this game, but I won't be able to beat the original goddamn Diablo. I don't know why that's so hard for me. In this permanent context, of course. Was that really all that was there? What the fuck? I guess so. Or there'll be some secret passageway that I can't figure out. I like how I didn't even know this game was coming out anytime soon. Like, I didn't hear about it at all. And then all of a sudden I see something on Battle.net when I'm playing Hearthstone. And it's just like, oh shit, they're already talking about Diablo 4? Because, of course, the legendary game Diablo Immortal was still fresh in everybody's mind. So they earned themselves another 5-year ticket for this. Of course, Diablo 3 did come out a long time ago, but you're kind of getting used to that more often in the modern era, right? Like longer breaks between games. Like GTA 4 came out in 2008, then GTA 5 came out in 2013, or Oblivion came out in 2006, and then Skyrim came out in 2011. So there's only a 5-year gap between them, and even that was considered maybe a little bit long, but it was worth it because they were so good. But then from that, you go from 5 years to like 10 years, right? It's been 10 years since GTA 5. We still don't have GTA 6. It's been 12 years since Skyrim. We still don't have Elder Scrolls 6. So they've really gotten lax with stuff like that. And you can't even use like, oh, Fallout 4 and stuff as an excuse, because while they were doing Oblivion and Skyrim, they did Fallout 3 right in between. So even if it leads to a better quality product, you can clearly tell that they're milking it. Kind of like, you know, Elder Scrolls Legends and Elder Scrolls Online and all this kind of other crazy crap that they're sort of selling out the IP for. Climb down. Yeah, I barely played any Diablo 3, so that almost doesn't count. And that's the only one that I didn't do any kind of permanent shit with. I think I just tried it just to try it. I think I played it for the first time when the Necromancer came out, just to try the game, period. But also to do something maybe a little bit newer, although it all would have been new to me, technically. Let's not do this yet. Let's go down the other way. Do everything you're not meant to do first, even though it could present. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? You could go somewhere you're not meant to go and get killed, but on the flip side, you could power level or over level yourself or get some rare item that otherwise you wouldn't have, so that could help you. Come on, give me like a little spider boss. They were setting up for that. Or is this not just the same? Wait. If this is where I just came from, then how... Why does the spider cave keep confusing me so much? This is where you duck down. That seemed like in a totally different direction. Oh, because I came from here and I get it. I get it. Getting lost in a linear fucking top-down isometric face roll combat game. Hack and slash. Harvesting ore can be found, okay. In other words, just click on it. That's the name of every mechanic in a game like this. Just click on the thing that you can click on and do the thing that it automatically does, such as looting or whatever the fuck. As little thought put into it as possible. Actually playing a mage, though. It's been a while, and I think an RPG that I've actually done that. I tried to make a point to play the Storm, I guess, in Anthem, but that doesn't really count. When you like something so much and you do it so often that you actually have to make a point to avoid it, so that that's not all you ever do. You're not going to have the AFK gods on your side this time to beat me, so how is the game going to do me in? It's just not. Literally have to cheese me by forcing me to go AFK in real life to just fucking get killed by... It's like this. Like, oh, I stand here. Seriously. This is what it looked like. I gotta go AFK, use the bathroom or something. And then randomly, in a spot like this that seems completely safe, some enemies just crawled up the wall behind me and killed me. It was so stupid. Because I was around that area for a while, so it's not like that was some regular occurrence that was happening. Everything's dead around me. Everything's clear, safe. Nothing's below me. It's like so fucking stupid. It was still a bad judgment call, I guess, to do that, but you could always just quit out, I guess, every time you have to go AFK.
Is anyone here?
Gonna have some secret passageway in the bookshelves. Let's look around this area a bit more, though. See, that I didn't even click on to destroy it, but just because you were near it, somehow it automatically registers. There's something like that. But actually does encourage you to use the keyboard just for space. But yeah, I don't understand this. Why are there only 4 options there? There should be like 12, you know. Learn from WoW.
Should clear up when the storm has
You should have 1 through 12, F1 through 12, like fuck, dude. And by 12, I mean like the dash and the equal sign, plus sign buttons. Even Skyrim was kind of bad about that. Like, it's 1 through 8, which is okay. But then you can't use like 9 and 10 and stuff for whatever reason. They don't want to make console...
should clear up when the storm has passed.
How convenient. Forced me to go see the guy. Like... Roads blocked.
Should clear up when the storm has passed.
I forgot.
I need time to prepare that. Roads blocked.
Fucking, I get it, dude.
Clear up when
How many times you gotta say it? But then again, by that logic, how many times do I have to go before I understand that it's actually blocked? The yellow thing even went away, I guess because we found the very hidden cabin, which is like the only thing here. Oh, did this respawn or did I actually miss it before? Where is that appearing either? That must be in some other consumables, quest, aspects. Yeah, actually, I didn't see where that goes. Like here. I'm not gonna really worry about all that right now, but... So many deer out here. Odd assortment of empty bottles. Some of them still reek of strong spirits. So pick one up and use it as a... Well, you've never played Legend of Zelda? You don't know how scarce and important bottles are? You have 4. So this could make me have like 10 potion slots. That's literally all it would take. And your life is on the line. But yet you only feel like carrying 4 around. Meanwhile, you can carry like 1,000,000 of these goddamn things. Although, to be fair, they drop... like literally every 5 seconds anyway, but I'm sure that might stop later. Whatever is brewing smells awful. Jars, bookshelf. Herbs, mushrooms, organs not for cooking. Scattered books. Rusted trap. Oh, so he's probably fallen to darkness, or it's going to be like a bait, where it seems like he did, but he's actually just researching it. That's always the best cop-out. Like, oh, why are you looking at this controversial thing? Not to actually do it myself, just to make sure it's not done to me, or to stop other people from doing it. Coated in dried blood, is this intended to catch beast or human? Oh, shit, I think I advanced it without looking at the book. Gonna come in behind us, classic moment. Like, we'd really be scared of a... This is totally a bait. He's gonna be a good guy. We're scared of one random dude. This is kind of heavy-handedly done. You could easily whoop his ass, dude.
If you're going to trespass into my home, rifle through my things.
Most obvious bait in gaming history.
At least have the decency to join me for supper. I'm bloody hungry.
Can I read that book, though, while we do it? Fuck. You can miss a lot of interactions if you do the wrong thing, or the right thing, too soon.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Why did I have that?
Villagers. Blood of Lilith.
The blood of a demon.
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago. But this world is her creation. It was prophesied she would come back.
What does she want?
That's the question.
Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war between angels and demons. But Lilith serves neither side. She has her own plans for us.
And me? Am I corrupted?
Not sure yet. But you two share a connection. What will you do about it?
Use it. Find out what she's after.
Good. Then we're in this together. Rest while you can. Then we'll start in Kyovashad. If we can't stop Lilith, we'll all be damned.
Remember the last time you rested with a stranger you just met? Fuck. Too trusting. I always take that as a slight too when I can't predict something like that because I'm such a detective game player too. Like how many people would have actually predicted
Young, freshly turned,
that those villagers would have betrayed you?
further south than the others. They're spreading.
Okay, let's see what that was. Although, can this guy act as a shop temporarily? Because I don't know what to do with all this shit otherwise. You would think they would have planned this out to be... I really don't want to have a follower with me either. I'll just get him killed on purpose. Let's see. I like the fireball. Maybe I'll just stack that up. Although I'd like having as many abilities as an option as possible. Problem is it takes up so much mana. What I need is a long range thing that takes up less mana. Or maybe no mana. So maybe I'll just go full fire. Refund all. That seems like a cheese though. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. Flaming Bolt dealing 7 and burns for 28. But damage over time in a game like this is almost as shitty as it is in like Pokemon, where it's like single target stuff where what's the point? Just do as much damage as possible. But here you're going to kill them so quickly that the damage over time isn't going to matter. Throw a Bolt of Frost at an enemy. Now these don't cost any mana. Bolt of Lightning that hits an enemy 4 times, 5 damage each hit. I think we already have enough lightning stuff. Let's go ahead and do... we have lightning, fire, and... So I'll do frost, I guess. 24 is decent. Let's go ahead and put this instead of that, just because I'm getting tired of how it's not a ranged ability. This one should be, I guess. But now we'll be able to go through all of those paths because the weather conveniently cleared up. Oh yeah, that's perfect. That's all you want. It's a spammable long-range ability. Doesn't take up any resources, or even if it didn't take up too many resources. Getting a little bit of lag spike there, it's okay. This dude's trying to sabotage me somehow. Got the lag switch. Accompany him. Let's go backwards a little bit and see like what the soonest path I could have taken was. Go back to like that spider layer. I don't know how respawns and stuff work in a game like this. I'm sure there must be some, but more to the point, it would also like scale stuff up, I bet. Where like you go back to it, and that's kind of a fun thing because like you'll get bored of doing the same end game areas over and over, so you can go back to the beginning of the game and it'll still spawn level appropriate enemies in that area for you to fight, or challenging enemies based on your gear score and stuff. Even if those enemies are the same types that you would have fought originally, because then you can go through basically the whole game like that and just go to any area that you want. But it's hard in a game like this to make enemies feel distinct because it's all just over so quickly that... I don't know. Now, Frost should almost be super effective. Sometimes they'll have like an element icon, but I don't know if that means they're immune to it or if they're weak to it. Like the one demon had a fire thing, but then one demon had a frost thing. Or like the skeleton had a frost icon. I guess that just meant he was using it and probably would be resistant to it. I really need a place to sell stuff. We need like a dog in Torchlight where he can just go to the nearest town. So even if I haven't been there yet, he would just fucking already be able to sell it. That's like them acknowledging how tedious that element is. You're just going to get a bunch of random loot, and the majority of it is going to be completely useless to you. So this was the first path. I think there were 3 of them, or there were like 4 times that he actually said that. You may as well just do this whenever it's up. That's kind of a satisfying skill shot to do because it's It's not super hard to hit, but you have to be a little bit accurate, so that's something. Although it's exactly the kind of ability I wouldn't use for that exact reason, because, you know, you don't want to rely on that. Yeah, I still did decent damage to them, so unless they have that icon, I guess the element isn't relevant. Ooh, I like this draw distance type of stuff, where you can see them that far away even though you have no shot of... Oh, it almost looks like it's going at such an arc that you could hit them. Imagine if that actually worked. You could just snipe stuff from so far away that you never actually have to fight anything. Totally wouldn't be the sort of thing I would do. I love the way that one looks, but that's almost like more for a druid or something. How did that guy take so much damage all the way over there? I'm trying to distinguish like which path is which here. I don't really understand. There were like 4 different ones that this dude was clamoring on about. You can go up there. Somewhere I could have gone down too. Let me see. A good way to know where you have and haven't been though is when you know, when there aren't enemies there or when they're corpses. I don't know how long the corpses actually stay. They give you way too many goddamn potions though. That's just nothing. You can hit them from afar. Yeah, with this, I'm kind of used to the other ability. I had like the shock that was... Oh, you mean like over the edge of the thing? That is pretty cool. That would be a great cheese tactic. Where was the other one? This is just the same thing. Like some other pathway. He was saying, oh, the weather isn't cleared up yet. I guess it must be further on. Can't help but be an explorer even in these games. Although see, in a game like Dark Souls, that ended up working out so well that you find some rare item and then people will say, on one hand they were saying, oh, why do you explore so much? And then on the other hand, oh, you found this overpowered item that makes the game too easy. So which is it? Can you actually hit these? Like if you just... I guess I don't really care. I kept hitting them with AoEs, like the deers and the critters and stuff. But you can't actually target them. I guess these all just kind of connect anyway. You like teleported behind me there. Yeah, that's what I need is like a blink ability. It's so tempting to just go in there and phase tank it. It doesn't really feel worth your time to kite in situations like this. Nothing's gonna kill you except a boss. Like, that's just the reality of it. Even if you're a baddie like me sometimes. Yeah, this is much better than that stupid lightning one. And they didn't say anywhere in that ability that it would actually be I guess that's a trade-off for it being an AoE for free, but still. Yeah, hang on. Let me loot some stuff first. This is like the Professor Layton captive moment. That chick is tied up. I forget her name. The fake witch or whatever I spell it. She's tied up, and it's like, oh, let me pick up all the coins first in the room because they're like in random spots in the lanterns and stuff. OCD completionist loots while captive struggles in confinement. Looks like a dead end. Relic Skull is going to be much worse. I'm not really paying much attention to abilities. I got actually a little stuck there. It's weird having the closed beta and the open beta right next to each other like that. Or like normally they take a break between them. There's almost not going to be that much difference. How much feedback could they have really taken in the short time of the closed beta to, you know, fix stuff for this? Well, it does seem pretty good for the most part. I hate having this partner AI. It feels like cheating, but there's no way you can really stop him from doing this. Okay, we're going like a little bit way too far here. Is this the same pack that I saw from up above at that perch? Probably not. Could probably use a potion just for the fuck of it. Yeah, let this clown tank for you. Neither of us are tank classes, really, but oh well. That's just the name of the game. Face tank everything and spam potions, and they'll just drop more. Okay, this is one of those summoner type of moments where you actually have to pay attention. How else would you see it if you're not alive? Ha ha ha. Fuck. He is no longer following you. Oh, because he's... Okay, good. Now we can actually do that chick's challenge in peace, whatever she was up to. Imagine if she actually dies. Like, that'll be a bad story outcome. You lose an NPC for good because you want to clown around and actually explore. Where was it? Here. I actually did that strategically just to get rid of him. We do not need a hard carry here. Although if you can fail the mission or whatever because of him dying, then it could potentially be a liability too. Where was she? Oh shit. Did she actually die? To what though? There were no enemies around, dude. I fucking clean sweep the area. I actually might have missed like a plot option or something. What the fuck? Oh, this one guy took her out, of course. And then they went back to their original spawn position. The icon's still there, so I don't know what that's supposed to... Or maybe I'll have to come there after we see whatever's happening here. And use her body for some kind of ritual. I was surprised how much of a fan base Path of Exile still has, though. That game has done very well. Arguably, maybe it did better than even Diablo 3 ever did. But maybe that's just one of those expectation things. Because Blizzard makes Diablo 3, everybody shits on it. Because, you know, a big, small indie company, ha ha ha. But then when it's actually a small indie company, or at least maybe originally, like Path of Exile, they give them extra credit. What is the statue?
Angel in Arius. I'm sure you've heard the Cathedral of Light babbling about their Holy Father. Well, he's real. An angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it. Let's not linger. Kiyovershad lies just ahead.
You're the one who's lingering, dude. I'm fucking wandering around nonstop. Inscription is badly marred by claw marks. It's kind of badly written, too, because why is the text going over the top there? And you might say, oh, that's how it's written, but this is clearly typed out, so it breaks immersion twice over. If you're going to write it like it's handwriting, it would be less consistent than this. And then if you're going to type it out, you shouldn't have it cross over like that. Ryan Gosling avatar font moment. May light of faith Inarius do N upon... Oh, this should be like a detective puzzle. Try to fill in what he's actually saying. May the light of faith of Father Inarius something rain down upon all weary travelers of this holy land. Turn your face toward its radiance, R-A-D-I, it could be, R-A-D-I-A-N, and find strength renewed. Oh, that wasn't even too hard to figure out. Kathy Rain taught me that technique. She was so good with the fucking recording thing. Like, it auto-completes it for you, too, to kind of rub it in your face. So, like, you get close, and it's like, oh, let me try again. But then she's just like, fuck it, you're close enough. I'll just save us both time. Because I'm a goddamn genius and you're a moron. Hold my umbrella while I smoke so my cigarette doesn't go out. Classic moment.
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have no time for this.
What? He's saying something, dude. Don't interrupt him. This guy is so rude. Yeah, I'd rather just play like this without this guy over my back. At least we'll finally get access to a shop now. So they strategically do it so that you can't possibly fill up your inventory, even if you're as thorough as me.
To enter Kiyovershad, you must perform a cleansing ritual. Meaningless gesture, but some people take comfort in it.
How dare you?
Just let him through, lad. I've tried for years to get Lorath to do the ritual.
Fine, but this one stays.
I'll meet you inside.
COVID vaccine moment.
Piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine, and inscribe it with the sin which troubles you. Then cast it into the brazier. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the light burn away your sin.
Seems like it would have just let me walk in before. But yeah, what if I don't have any sin? Then I just don't have to worry about it. Now the guards will just attack me and kill me if I try to do this. Of course not. Even though he just went through, they speed ran, closing the gate. So this doesn't take a mana. Right, so those abilities are going to be there for good. But I imagine as the game goes on, they're not going to be very good. So I kind of like fire, though, so I might just keep going with that. Although it feels bad to get a second rank in one of these when you could just get an ability for it. Fireball's radius is increased based on distance traveled, up to 50%. Critical strike. You wouldn't be able to get those right away anyway. You said pick up some piece of wood and do something. Inscribe fear. Oh, maybe this will have some plot. Inscribe nothing but scribbles into the wood. Actually, that's consistent with
This is a waste of time.
what I just said.
Did you say something?
Damn, his hearing is good. He's nowhere even near me. Okay. Not like he's gonna check my work.
Good. You must feel as though a great weight has been lifted from you.
Just don't ask what the sin was.
Come to Kyovashad.
Sin is impatience with dumb shit like this that I have to do to get into your stupid town. Few challenges, first of many.
So, what did you write on a little piece of wood? I bet you didn't write anything at all. Wouldn't blame you.
Alright, this guy's a skeptic, but he got away.
Suppose.
His voice sounds different now. He got away with not doing it ever, I guess. Or imagine if you have to do it every single time, even if you're somebody who like lives there. Beneath this lies vegetables served in the frigid weather. Okay, so now we can explore town for a little bit. Although it's not the kind of game where there'll be a ton of interaction really to do. It's actually lagging a little bit here. Although it's been pretty good about it so far. In fact, I think Diablo Immortal actually ran probably worse than this, a mobile game.
Downright sinful, the price you're asking.
Just last week, I paid half that for carrots. Puh!
You keep this up. We'll either be broke or starving by the next moon.
He has nothing to say in his defense. Of course, rule by omission. The truly powerful evil people in society, you won't even know their names and you won't hear anything from them, so they won't be accountable. Meanwhile, the people who do talk open themselves up to harsh and relentless criticism, like Elon Musk. Whether he's a bad guy or not, right? He's so out with everything he thinks and says. He's just making himself an easy target. What is this shit? Looks like a spell shop, but I can't actually do anything. Scorpion venom, sulfur, galavine, ghost heart, bone dust, and vial of the subject's blood. Be a crafting recipe. Let's not really talk to anybody yet. Let's just look around, look at the shop, sell all my shit. Rings and amulets.
I've many fine pieces.
2,600.
Beautiful.
Level 10, fire resist, poison resist, 120 item power. I don't even have any rings at all. Let's just sell everything. I don't see what's really going to be worth keeping. It makes me nervous that it highlights what I have equipped, like I'm going to sell that too somehow.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
I have a ton of gold, but nothing really to do with it. Oh shit. Maybe there is something worth keeping. Special item. Oh, see, it's not.
Carry the best. Shards of the fine deal.
It's not showing the up arrow because you don't have anything in the slot at all. So that almost just baited me. 4% resistance to all elements, plus 2% maximum life, or plus 2 maximum life. And then a 2 tight choker worn by the faithful to the Cathedral of Light. Slight discomfort keeps one girded against impurity.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
You actually only have 2, so you're using the word pieces in the most liberal sense possible. Or maybe I'm missing some menu with all these shops. How can they always have such little stuff? Next stock delivery in 0. Because obviously the beta is about to end today anyway. I should try it that way too. Like, let's try to beat the game before it ends. But obviously I'm not that type of player to rush through. Totally not because I'm scared of dying or something. Just because I'm so good that it's a foregone conclusion that I'll get through without dying anyway. So who cares?
You see those fools up at the cathedral? Groveling, crying like dogs.
Okay. Bit of an elitist. Come on, give me a shop that actually has something good. Deadly threat spotted nearby. Once, oh, I keep trying to drag it. Once a promising and devout member of the Knights Pentient, the heretic Sir Lina has renounced the light and now lives in darkness. Faithful should avoid Kisik or Kilsick Plateau, where she has been the. Wait. Oh, it's a sir, but it's still a girl. I get it. Oh, you can actually interact with objects like that, or only this object? No. Huh. Innkeeper, are you a member of the cathedral? What do you know about the prophecy? Tell me of the pilgrims here.
I was never religious until I saw a miracle. Inarius himself blessed the man with the light, got up and walked again for the first time in years, right then and there. The light is real, my friend. Take comfort in it.
Placebo effect at best. I like how we sit so rudely at that angle while she's talking. You can't even choose to look in their direction.
You can't take a few steps without hearing about it. The great war against evil. The day Inarius takes all of us up to the heavens with him.
Oh,
I
whoops.
hope my cat will come with us too. Day and night they stream into town. Polite folk. And they always pay their tabs. Not like some of the locals around here.
But how that's more like you're just giving the local special treatment. They shouldn't get a tab if they're new here. Right? You wouldn't give them that benefit of the doubt because then you'll never see them again.
Is it common for devout folk to drink so enthusiastically? I guess I can't blame them.
Yeah, that's the kind of state they have to get into to believe in their faith in the first place. Am I right? Dash. Okay, I don't need to really worry about that right now, but good to know we have one. Default look. What is all this? Oh, just for the headpiece. Rider's crown. Ensembles, empty slot. None of this should really matter right now. I don't care about that. Yeah, who cares about the character's appearance if the beta's going to end anyway, or if I'm not going to play this again for a while. Would be cool to do a full kind of playthrough of this. Maybe this should be my next hard mode series. But then again, if it is over and I don't know when the game actually comes out, you won't even be able to do this anyway, right? Even if you wanted to. I guess I'm honestly only doing it because it was free. I wasn't going to buy it just to fucking play the beta or just go buy a KFC double down sandwich.
I tell you, my neighbor is bewitched. I saw him skulking outside my door, muttering curses.
Right. This wouldn't have anything to do with the money you owe him, would it?
Waypoint, of course, all the familiar mechanics. Where is even the other one? Undiscovered. Oh, I guess there isn't one then. All the area we've... Wait, but we went through all this, didn't I? Waypoint undiscovered. How would I have not discovered that? I'm actually so curious about that. I'm actually going to go back. Unlocking waypoints. Right, because I've already been there. Or maybe it'll unlock it once it tutorializes it. I bet. Or who cares? I guess there's going to be nothing back there anyway, but that's so weird. We got that. Huh. Or maybe the whole mechanic of waypoints isn't... Maybe that's the way it's subtly telling you want to go back there for some reason. There'll be some new interaction there. Because they didn't introduce waypoints, so how could you discover one? But I guess they can still give you credit for it. What is this? The Gospel of the Father. The book... I like how the thing appears like right where you click it, right? So if I do it here, it'll be at the same angle, kind of. Book is tattered and torn. The words, "Where was the light?" Why does it keep doing that? Are scrawled across every page, making the original unlegible. Let me do another guessing game. That's like the Danganronpa character portrait guess thing. Make your own little puzzles and detective work, even in a game where, or even at a time where that's not meant to happen. It's actually awesome. World first Diablo puzzle clear. Although I'm sure somebody else tried to figure that out. It wasn't too hard. Tiny healing potion. 48 and 30%, 35% over 3 seconds. So that's maybe slightly better than mine, but 17 and 35. I don't really feel like I need it, and I'm not even level 10, so who cares? I'm sure there's a lot of multiplayer shit that people have done with this anyway. So they'll just rush to max level, like with every other game in existence. Multiplayer game, at least. Yeah, how about try indoors, you moron? What would be better, being indoors without a fire or being outdoors with a fire? I think most of this we've interacted with. So the shopkeepers weren't really too impressive there. Something is locked up here. It's not really locked, but whatever we can do with it, I'm sure will be. Occultist recipe. What was this again? This is like the necklace shop. I don't think there was anything upstairs, really. What I'd be more interested in than getting better potions is just having more slots. 4 isn't quite enough, especially for the amount that they drop. I'm sure there is a way to do it. Is this still part of the town? Yeah, why aren't all these guards... It's like the old WoW syndrome. There's a level 55 guard. All it would take is one of those to do all the work that your player's doing in like 5 seconds, if you take it in a literal sense. But yet they have like a million guards in Stormwind just derping around telling you directions. So they're doing something that you could do, being like a Walmart greeter, and then you're doing something that they should be doing with a lot less difficulty. What happened to your eyes? Your character only voice acts some of the stuff, so like this he won't say.
She keeps them on a chain around her neck. Damn her! Damn her! And I hope she burns for what I've had to watch.
Acts like he still has a symbiotic relationship with them. Wood is a phrase. Let this be the first journey to the light.
It was only an apple I stole. The father wouldn't want me to go hungry, would he?
But you didn't ask for charity. See, they want to take credit for it and use it as a tax-deductible expense, giving to charity, instead of letting you fucking just steal it.
Come on now! How many swings will it take before you hit the damn things?
Okay, little practice dummies, but it's kind of a tease when you can't use them yourself. That'd be a perfect opportunity, actually, to introduce that kind of mechanic. Strongest enemy in any game is always a target dummy, because it can withstand anything. Infinitely. Cathedral. I don't even know what I was supposed to be doing, but I'm kind of just exploring the town for now. This town is going to turn out to be bad too, and that'll be the final boss of the game. These villagers will try to do the same thing to you, and you'll never learn your lesson. You can't go in there, but you can see through it. Shrine of Piety. A plaque at the shrine reads, "Children of the light, do not be afraid. Be not afraid. Pluck your finger and let the blood drip into the flames as a sign of your faith and courage. Yeah, and we're the good guys. We're the sane ones, not like those cultists doing all these blood rituals.
My brother told me you have to shield your eyes in the Father's presence, or his light will make you blind. That's why the knights wear helmets.
Okay. And the protection from getting your head hit with an arrow or a spell in combat is just a bonus, I suppose. The plaque is take 1 stick of incense, place it in the fire. The Father will see your offering and show mercy to any of your loved ones that are ill.
Father Inarius, bless the child that grows in my belly. Keep him safe in your light.
Oh, glorious Father, thank you. Your light has cleansed the disease from my flesh. I am made whole in your radiance.
No, you can say, oh, give the game credit for having a backlog, because so many games I say should have that, especially out of genre stuff, like not a story game or not a detective game. But the only reason it has it is because it expects that to be used more so for multiplayer purposes. But that is still nice in case you miss something. And then it goes away pretty quickly, too. We can't even do anything up there. Speak with Lorath, but let's look at the rest of the town still. A lot of it is just flavor for now. People, how do you say this name? People of Keov Ashad. The light is in need of defenders. Those who join the Knights Pendiant will be provided training, food, shelter, and a chance to cleanse your soul of sin. But I thought we did that on the way inside of town anyway. Select difficulty. Oh, see, it won't let me do it. I would totally do it too. But then it'll just be gear shit. Level 70 plus, 50 plus. Okay, fine. It was already on veteran, so I shouldn't have to do anything. Enemies are more challenging. It doesn't really tell you exactly how, though. Certainly the boss felt unnaturally just tanky. It's not even like, oh, it was so hard. I could have done that forever. You give him 10 times more health because you just keep getting farming potions from the ads and stuff. Or even he would just drop them himself sometimes. There's like a daily quest. How fares the city guard?
The new militia recruits have been training night and day. They deserve a little praise. But I can't let them see me as soft. Mind giving them a cheer for me? Easy coin for you, a boost of confidence for the recruits, and I get to go on being the hard ass. Everybody wins.
I will handle it.
Daily quest in a game that you can only play for 3 days. Now that shows you they're committed to their little psychological techniques to try to exploit players and get them hooked. At least I assume that's what the blue means. That's from WoW. Everything is from WoW, of course.
For 100 generations, hell itself imprisoned Father Inarius. But they could not break him. He cast off his infernal shackles and returned to us. And now, he will guide the faithful along the path of deliverance.
This game is sexist. It's trying to show the patriarchy versus the feminist cause with the... What's her name? Lilith is the bad person. Ha ha ha. It's like any occurrence. What's that meme like? It shows like a person of a particular race, let's say, and it's like they're the villain. Oh, that's racist. Oh, they're the first to die. That's racist. They're what else? Like no matter what the scenario, it's always something negative. They shouldn't be the first character to die, or they shouldn't be the villain, or I forget what the other ones are. It's pretty good. It's just like always everything is associated with the worst possible intention, even if it's just incidental. What is this? Armor shop, weapons.
Arms for the light.
Apprentice's wand, minus 42. Of course, mine is like two-handed, so I don't know if that would come into play as like...
Be wary on the road.
Why do the shops have such few things in them? All junk. Common, magic. You have no items to salvage directly in inventory. Almost makes you think you're repairing it, though. Imagine if it just sold... Well, I guess I could have bought it back anyway. I don't have to worry about crafting and stuff too much now. What was this thing again? Oh, just like a healer?
Found a new boil on my hand that makes 17 so far.
Just talk to the healer, it'll all be gone. That's how it works for me. Or why not just have that dude come with you if it's so easy to do on your adventures? That would solve the whole thing. Purveyor of Curiosities, Focus, Wand. I don't know what that means though. Unlock Silent Chest. Obtained from Purveyors of Curiosity. 20 of some currency that I don't even have. Unable to sell to him. Okay, I think we've seen pretty much all there is here. There's a lot of stuff just to look at that you can't even interact with. I do like this little dash thing.
Just take the bread, stubborn fool. It was free. I don't need a handout from those cathedral bastards.
Okay, so let's see. Wow, there's so much more dialogue still. Okay, can't go there. All we had to do, I think, was just talk to him as soon as we came in, but it's a good chance to introduce the town. But it doesn't show the dialogue stuff on the map, like as far as... We already saw this. Yeah, the difference in crafting that potion would save my life, but I'm not even close to high enough level to use it.
Say, where are those girls of yours? Finally ran off to play night, have they?
They left for Corvalar this morning. They'll have food, training, more than I can give them.
Found a new boil on my hand that
Oh yeah, some of this you can just listen to over and over too. But it's weird that we didn't get that waypoint from the other place that I've clearly been. In fact, let's just see, and we'll test like the whole respawn capability too. So before I talk to this dude, since we explored the town adequately, I'll actually go all the way back. We'll test that whole idea, see what happens, and also unlock the waypoint. Just for the heck of it. Didn't take too long. It kind of stutters a bit in town, but... Or it's actually stuttering now, just period. Weird. Probably one of the weirdest games to try to put on mobile, too, because of the movement. Right? You can do it with the touch screen, I guess, instead. But part of it is like... You know... You're constantly clicking around the screen, which would be so hard to do by comparison. I don't know actually how it would control on phone. I guess you don't click it, you just hold it and just drag around a little bit. Where was this thing anyway? It's pretty conspicuous, but somehow I didn't get it. I swear they didn't let you get it. Or maybe I had to save that chick, so now I lose it for good. I wonder what would have even happened there. Probably nothing significant. He would have turned out to be some major lore character or faction leader or something. It's also easy to forget about your health. Like, I'm not looking at it constantly because I don't assume it's going to be too low, but then one time it's going to be important. See, the ice thing is kind of overpowered compared to the others because it does a decent amount of damage. It doesn't take up mana, and it also just hits them at such a good distance. At least the lightning, you had a bit of a trade-off. Yeah, I'm not clicking on the things. Right, so why is it doing that? I don't get it. Gotta do it without the map, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Where was it? Oh, it's way further back. In fact, it's not even showing up now. Yeah, I swear, it wasn't even interactable. That was kind of weird. We didn't even go right next to it. This is my favorite ability so far. Just spam the dash every time it's up. Only thing that would be better is if you give us like a blink ability, which is very fitting for a mage. Sure, Necromancer would have been the best though, for at least my purposes. Any melee class is obviously always shit because you have to expose yourself too much. Yeah, totally farming experience too, but at least this is a legitimate reason to do it because
I lack the needed mana.
there's a legitimate reason because of the simple fact that I don't have that waypoint, and it's not like I'll have to make all the way back. And I also did want to test like the way that stuff respawns or whether it respawns and stuff like that. Wasn't too bad, I guess. We didn't actually get to fight a spider boss in there. Or at least one-shotting these. They are level 6 though, so it's not even like it's much easier. So you could say it is farming, but at the same time, it's not like you're not putting yourself at risk. So they do scale up, which is an important thing, I think, for later, because you could come here even once you're max level and just stick around with certain enemy types that keeps it kind of fresh, different environments. You know, why kind of waste 75% of the content if it's going to be the whole world is just irrelevant because you go through it once and that's it. It's somewhere back here, which I clearly went through. What? You still can't do it? Is that stupid? Oh, maybe you would have had to have done it before the town went to shit. That's weird. Well, we came all the way here for nothing? I'm sure it'll be something you can do later. But it just makes you think you did something wrong.
I cannot do that here.
Or maybe that chick would have unlocked it for me if I saved her. That's my punishment. Who wants to go to that dinky town with no NPCs and stuff in it anyway? Or it'll auto-unlock, but it'll only do it once I get to a certain point. And the town will be, like, repopulated and stuff. Can't tell whether it's stuttering sometimes or not, or if that's just how he walks. Doesn't really feel like it is. Trying to see if you can hit these, like, freely like that. I'd rather have something that drains my mana because it comes back so goddamn fast. It almost shouldn't come back that fast. See, whenever you hit something else, it'll hit that just from residual damage. Kind of did waste some potions a bit flippantly here. Why do I keep feeling like level 30 is the max level? There was something that almost seemed to indicate it, but then there was something at level 33 too. I think it must be 50, which of course I'm not going to do here. I wonder if people must have done it. They would just play it all day, every day, including the closed beta. Yeah, who cares about this beta? You're talking about Counter-Strike 2. That's a much bigger deal. The company that can't count to 3, Steam. So one day they'll make Counter-Strike 2.5. Looking in your inventory while in the middle of combat. This is totally the way you should play. I just love being able to actually one-shot stuff though now. So everything respawns. But it would show you that you could just get to like max level doing this alone if you really wanted to. Powerful Helm, nice name. Plus 3 strength though. See, like what if the armor value is better, but what if that one had intellect on it? You'd have to make a trade-off. As if armor should even matter to you as a mage. Go back, talk to this dude again. They kind of tease you that you might get a mount in the beginning with how you're on the horse there, but I guess not. It almost doesn't feel to suit a game like this, but you know, you can't use it in combat and stuff probably, but I swear there was an ability like that in Diablo 3 as a necromancer where like you would do something and then what happened with that? Why did it have an icon on it? Maybe it means you can't kill it because it's in like a safe zone. Like that let you go on a horse temporarily, or I don't know what I'm thinking of when I keep having that pop in my head. It lets you ride a horse briefly and do some ability and then it runs out. You can't ride one for good, but...
So, what did you write on a little piece of wood? I bet you didn't write anything at all. Wouldn't blame you.
See, they clearly don't expect you to run around like that.
I suppose.
Or he's just an amnesiac.
I'm off to the dry steppes in search of that pale man from your vision. I must know what part he plays in all this. But first, I need you to retrieve something of mine while I finish my negotiations. A merchant in the center of the city has it. Just tell him I sent you.
I wonder how much the dialogue and stuff in the town would reset over time, like, since we exhausted it. I bet it wouldn't trigger so early, but once you do some major missions, maybe. Lilith's return was prophesied. Tell me of Inarius.
There was a prophecy, yes. It foretold the rise of the prime evils, the return of Lilith and Inarius, the doom of our world. Inarius adopted the prophecy for his own selfish purposes, put it in the Cathedral of Light's gospel, and made it seem like he would be the hero to save us.
This guy's a big skeptic.
The Cathedral loves to go on about him. His imprisonment in hell, his valiant escape, his glorious return here, the world he created. But they never mention how being tortured in hell for a few millennia turned you into an ass.
Fair point.
Sacrificing, summoning demons, honing all the wonderful gifts that Lilith gave them.
What were the villagers doing in those ruins?
Cracked hooves, sway back, cloudy eyes. This poor thing is practically crowbait.
With what you're paid, you're lucky
Somebody in the center of town. Nothing really too compelling in the shops to even look forward to, even if it costs like 1,000,000 gold, you know. It's always nice just to say, like, oh, I'll save up for this. You could say it's because it's the beta that they're doing that, but not really, because I'm sure you can get to max level and stuff.
So the old man's finally decided to buy it back. Knowing him, he didn't mention coin, did he?
I got like 5,000, I don't care.
You will need to pay.
Fine, how much could it be? It's only fucking 20 gold, dude. Well, why can't I buy it? Oh, you gotta right click?
Wait. The old man sold me this too. Said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
Oh shit, I was gonna say, you're gonna make me pay for that too? Where's all this stuff going if it's not in there? Quest. Oh, here. Bound to Kivo Shad. Well, clearly old. Can't really move this over, can you? Clearly old, the blade has been kept sharpened and polished as though it would be needed again at any moment. An old amulet of unique design, it wears from years of use, perhaps as a badge of office. Yeah, that's one thing these games should always have, though. It's like some kind of movement with the cursor keys. I don't know why, if you want to do that.
Apologies.
We complain about it.
He also gave me this amulet. What is it?
The mark of the Heradrim. An ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect Sanctuary from demons. These days, we are few in number. There is another Heradrim, Donan. His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his hubris.
Sounds like he could help us.
You should seek him out in Skosglen. But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me.
I'm going to the Dry Steppes to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see. You are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned.
Some random dude you just met.
Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide. We just don't know it.
Sounds like foreshadowing that
Accident or fate's hand. There is nothing we can do about it.
he could be the final boss.
Wanderer lost in the storm. Fed the blood of Lilith. Saved by a lone monk. Different lives and incidents drawn together. By what? Destiny? Or some greater power pulling the strings? I did not know. But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred. The Wanderer's connection to her gave me hope. Imagine that.
You sound skeptical of our run, that means. Why wouldn't you be hopeful? So what he's telling me is that it was destiny that I let that random hostage die earlier up on the hill where I could have saved her. It wasn't just my clown behavior or my OCD tendency to look around everywhere else. But this, I don't want the other ones. I kind of just want to keep going with this. Fireball is good. So I'm kind of partial towards ice now, though. Welcome to the beta. In the beta, what the fuck? Oh, does that mean I've like completed the tutorial that it's saying that now? Prologue wandering. Okay, let's just go. But we wanted to meet with the cathedral too, so I don't get it. It's not showing me any of those icons yet. Let's just wander around. Clearly won't get myself killed. Oh, it is starting to stutter a bit. Or I think it's more so just around town that it does it. That is pretty satisfying of an ability, although I feel like the ice stuff isn't going to work too well here. They're ice clan, but they don't show the ice icon that they're really... And it does full damage to the AoE radius too. It's not like it splits it. Or it does less in residual stuff. Yeah, what is even the deal with the quest? I didn't get any. We're supposed to meet this Donan guy, and we're supposed to meet the cathedral. To view active quests. Maybe I should just wander around and not do any quests, and if I come upon them, so be it. That would be fine with me too. Just weird it wouldn't automatically track one of them. Yeah, how would you do a hit list and stuff like that? You'd have to use some super ranged abilities. I almost don't feel like it's possible in games like this, but... Or it'd be very annoying at least. You'll catch some stray thing. And it's almost like you wouldn't even know. Well, you wouldn't be allowed to heal or anything, so maybe you would notice, but it'd be so annoying in a game like that with like bullet hell conditions, but where you auto pick up health. So it could happen without you even noticing it, and then you go back and look and be like, oh shit, I did get hit there. But then I full healed from something, you know, just that I killed. It all happened so fast, you'd barely even know. The time is actually off too. It's 3:20, but it's saying 4:20 in here. It's not even like, oh, that's Blizzard's time zone, like California time or whatever. Because that would be different too. Jesus, I can't click on that to save my life. I pick this up. I mean, mechanically it's good. Everything is fun. Not just because I'm playing as a mage, I guess. That's just always my preference. Just the whole thing of you hit, you turn around, you hit, you turn around feels so, I don't know, antiquated. But it's always true of these games. Yeah, where's the good old backpedaling? Level 8+, I probably should not do that. I probably should just do some of these quests, but it seems like a good fun time to just wander around a bit. Never stand by a cliff because enemies will randomly crawl up and just kill you. Got like some fire enchantments on their swords. I heard you like fire. Inspect the ancient obelisk. Now this is just like some random side quest I came upon. Play it like an open world game. Probably not the best way to use fireball there, but these guys seem to have trouble getting close to you. So once again, a lot of stuff is tuned to be more punishing in melee range. Try to play a warrior and do a hitless run. That would be a dream come true. Blood is the key. Stand on the pressure plates to satiate the obelisk. Why not use the blood of all the stuff? Oh shit, don't aggro them all together. Oh fuck. 127. Okay, this looks a little bit tricky. Probably completely optional content anyway. I get it. Use one potion for each obelisk thing that you do. I think I aggro 2 of them at once. Without noticing that's what they're actually going to do. What? Maybe you have to stand on them for a certain period of time. 1 out of 4. What the fuck is going on? It's not doing it, but it's spawning them like in little cycles here. I don't know what it's doing, dude. Okay, so that one just can't be satiated, I guess. It's just impossible. Like, do I have to stand on it for a certain period of time or what? One out of 4. I don't get it. Well, this shouldn't count as a failure state, though, regardless. Stand on the pressure plate. Or maybe this is still part of the first... I don't know. Hardest puzzle in Diablo history here. Let's wait till the timer runs out. Oh, so each one is going to force you to... Wow, this is going to be quite a long experience then. Oh, shit, that guy body blocked him pretty well. Make them think they're going to hit you, then do the dash. You shouldn't really run in like that, though. Stand on the pressure plate. Okay. I was just trying to do them all at once. So I guess I didn't aggro extra by trying to do the next one. Although you kind of still do. 0. Or that first one was especially long. For some reason. Three out of 4. 0 seconds. That was so inconsistently done. Like, every single one behaved differently. Rimmery. I'm sure this must be a optional thing, obviously. Minus 16, but it seems like a... +1 all stats, +3 intelligence. What? Who's saying that? What the fuck was that? Frostwing. As long as I'm not going like to too high of a level area, it should never really be much of a problem. This seems like unlocks new look on salvage. This actually seems better. Except +1 attacks per second. +6% to crowd controlled enemies. +4 all stats. I guess mine is a little better than I give it credit for though too. 119. So the item power is higher despite the damage being worse. Very fast, but this is also fast. 3 intelligence is not that big of a deal. Actually, I'm not even going to use it, but maybe I shouldn't sell it at least. Let's see where else we can go. It shouldn't respawn just randomly though either, because then you might get confused as to where you have and haven't been in a particular session like this. You can do that in combat. I was just testing it. That is a kind of a dangerous way to approach. Let's go around. We kind of juke them. We did come through this way. I don't know how long those corpses stay there either. For as many of them as you're going to have. I guess you may as well just do that. You should never dash in towards stuff. You should always just dash out. We have a ton of gold and not really a whole lot to do with it, or I might have not looked through the shops thoroughly enough. Something's hitting me from behind with ice. I don't know what it is, though. From very far away, too. What? Guess it doesn't really matter. It'll come in with the final death blow, though, when I least expect it. Let's explore a bit more, then I'll actually do some of the objectives. Too bad I couldn't do more even if I wanted to, though, because it's obviously not going to be playable. And I don't think it'll come out for a while after this. Getting too many stabs. Okay, I'm just going with raw damage for now. +6 all stats. There must be some justification to dual wield, too. Main hand, offhand stuff. Looks scary, but he's not too bad. Oh, look how I dodged those Matrix style. Without even moving. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents.
I'm not ready yet.
See, by the time I'm done exploring this, then I'll go back to where I already was and they'll already respawn. Damn, a lot of lag here. Nice scenic view. Although if it's cold enough that it's snowing everywhere, then how come the water isn't frozen? Bone warrior, archer, ghoul. Most of the time, one-shotting almost just with my left click. I don't even have to use the fireball. You may as well just spam it till your mana's out. I don't know how long you're really going to use these left click type of abilities for. Oh, see, it is triggering it when you're clicking it. So you can just change, I guess, what causes you to move if it even allows you to. Yeah, imagine playing this on console of all things. They want you to play on phone. They want you to play on console. Oh, shit. One of the worst ideas ever to do that. Of course, that's one way to full heal is just... But isn't that how it is in the original Diablo? Like, you can only heal through potions or through leveling up. Who is saying that and why? I don't get it. Arch bolt. So we want to finish on... Oh, no. We can already move on. Flame shield. Engulf yourself for 2 seconds, burning enemies for 22 damage per second. Probably shouldn't come into play because... Oh, here's the blink I was asking for. Not learned yet. Seems like I can get these, though, too. Lucky hit. Your critical strikes have 5%. Reset the cooldown on one of your defensive skills. Can only happen once every 10 seconds. Damage increased by 6%, but take... Oh, fuck. Glass cannon. Yeah, that's not a glass cannon, dude. You think 3% is going to make that much of a difference? A barrier of ice forms around you for 6 seconds, absorbing 30% of your base life. While it's active, 10% of your damage dealt is added to it. So that means that it can basically be an infinite amount. Because you're going to be doing such a high... What the fuck? Unleash a torrent of frost, freezing enemies around you for 2 seconds. That's a good kind of clutch way to just get out of there. Teleport, transform into lightning, becoming unstoppable and surging to the target location. Okay, this is what I've been asking for, though. Although the ice one is arguably good, too. That's going to be my number 1. So you just have to mouse over where you want to go. So I'm sure you can go a lot farther than that clown attempt to use it actually showed. Let's see. Or actually, it's kind of hard because you're always in the middle of the screen. So yeah, you can go as far as it'll let you. Let me zoom out the damn camera more. Damn, that guy's range is pretty impressive. And you already have this too, so we're going to have an insane amount of mobility. I'll definitely get the ice barrier thing next. Like, it's fun in a vacuum, but I don't know how people play it for, like, such long periods of time. That's how I felt about Borderlands, too. After a while, it would just give me a headache and get repetitive and kind of boring because it's the same thing. This is the whole game. You're clicking on stuff, you're shooting stuff, you're just attacking stuff. You might say that's how a lot of games are, but there's a certain pacing issue with these games where it's too fast, it's too much, it's all the time, where there is no real stoppage and, I don't know, sit down and read a good book like in Skyrim or something. Oh yeah, I forgot I even had that, but it's obviously just a defensive out. So you should never die as long as you have that, because you can always just get out of your situation. Kind of like an Anthem, or you can just fly away. Just fly if you're in trouble. Magic axe not usable. You had me at the magic part. Damn, it started to stutter a little bit all of a sudden. It was doing fine at the beginning. Maybe because there's just even more enemies now, but not really. Crags of Ill Wind. See, you could just keep doing it like this. You don't even have to do any quests. I'll just get to max level like this, wander around. Who cares? But then again, we'll miss out on boss fights and stuff. But then again, even if you do them, they should scale up to you. Everything seems to scale pretty well. These guys are lower level than me. As soon as they get close, you can just do that, assuming there are a lot more of them. But then the problem is there's so many enemies. The enemy density is so high that in the act of trying to do that, blink away, you end up aggroing more. Incredible. That's a perfect example of what these games are like. Weathered breaches.
What is this?
Who's he talking to? Strider's rival. Rare pants. The quest item. Sealed Exorcist cache. A magically sealed box and engraving reads, take the spirit of the restless dead and grant them peace in return. Cannot be sold. It's even trying to give me a quest when I'm making a point to try to avoid them. Gather spirit anima from the dead. So just like everything else in the game, just kill a bunch of random enemies. What else? What could the objective possibly be besides that? Go to a particular location or kill X number of enemies in a particular location. At least you get a different enemy type. Jesus Christ, what's going on, dude? I should have looked at the video settings and stuff. I can always turn it down. It's not like it matters, but you shouldn't really have to. Gaming laptop, by the way, but it is good enough to play a lot of modern games on high settings like I've tested, so it's nothing to do with that. It's just like every game has its own weird, you know, little intricacies. You have to turn off VSync, you have to turn off this setting, that setting. Yeah, just kill X number of enemies. It won't even tell you how many. Or based on how strong they are, it'll give you more or less.
Will you help me, stranger?
Yeah. Like we did last time. You're asking the wrong stranger over here. Biggest thing that'll get you killed is something that makes you want to stay in one spot, though. As if we wouldn't accidentally kill you in doing all that. What are you going to do for me? Just disappear. If you could have done that, why did you need my help in the first place? Okay, kill a bunch more of these. And even a lot of the enemy variety isn't going to feel too meaningful because, you know, it's not really going to matter. They won't be alive long enough that you'll even notice what the hell they're doing. Even in the later game, it'll still be like that. That's the thing. It never really grows out of that. Not that I would really know from experience, but just... Is this guy going to actually be hitting me from out there? Perfect vantage point to, like, throw some shit down on me. Boulder or something. Oh, I think the anima thing you have to do in a certain period of time. And if you don't, you actually lose out on it. I feel like your mana comes back even too fast, but maybe it won't feel like that as you get later on in the game. I'm even complaining about that as a mage player because it... You should be safe for now, dude. Relax. My desire to do completionism has never gotten anybody killed before. Especially not myself. It is kind of cool how it just gave me that random objective. Like how in WoW they would be so amazing with that, where they'll give you like a random chance to get a drop that ends up starting a whole quest chain or something. That is like open world game design. So even if you're not doing anything, you can still get objectives or complete objectives without even, you know, making an effort to. Not enough mana. How many times can I actually cast it? Okay, it is always going to be 100. Which means these abilities are going to have base values that never change. Or maybe they just go down. I thought it would just be a random amount. But for health, it is obviously going to be. Or maybe it can get to a max of 100 and that's it. But that wouldn't really make sense either. These all seem like rare items. Rare pants plus 1% healing received. Yeah, from who though? Oh, it seemed like that was going down for a second there, but I guess not. we're obviously not in the right area to do it. Guy was at least a little bit tanky. I want to get that shield next for sure. That seems amazing. Based on the damage you do, it'll give you more, and then by the time it runs out, if it ever even runs out, just it's one of those things that's going to be so tanky that it'll never run out. It's just the timer will then just reapply it. Like, it's so good. Where the hell am I even going?
I need time to prepare that.
Oh shit, not the old Cole Phelps. So will be what gets me killed here. It'll turn it into a mini game or something. Oh shit. 12 plus. You might not think that makes too big of a difference, but like, why even take a chance? It goes from 8 to 12. Very harsh. Yeah, just create a chasm like that and you'll be safe forever. That's what the town should do. Just break all the ground in a circle around it. That's like a zombie survival strategy idea. They'll just keep falling in the pit and they'll never know how to climb out of it. Or by the Walking Dead's logic, just build a goddamn fence that's only slightly taller than they are, and they won't know how to break through or climb over. So let's complete this animal one, I guess. I don't know if we'll have to turn it in somewhere. I should probably use this to get around too, but then again, it can get you into trouble. Just like that. Nice destructible environment, fortifications. This area actually has nothing to do with the quest either. It's not even giving me credit, I don't think. I don't know what that red circle means, just as a hostile zone, like every other area in the game pretty much, including the first town we went to. Big shock twist moment. Kind of being a little too conservative with the fireball, but you may as well just always do it, because not only does your mana come back so fast, but there's nothing else really that I'm using it for now, so. What is this? Oh, they create like a little hazard that just keeps hitting you. But not for too much, really. And since these are all ice types, I should even be doing extra damage with the fire. I don't know if it actually takes that into consideration, though. It definitely will say that some things are immune or strong against certain damage types, I think. Like, one guy had the ice icon, one guy had the fire icon. Yeah, I gotta wait a second here. Kind of getting a little too face tanky, but there's just so much shit constantly. It's almost not worth your effort to try to get away. And the main thing that's going to kill you is probably a boss fight. A boss fight with no ads especially. You might think, oh, that makes it easier. But no, then they won't drop health or they won't drop potions. So you just have to play it perfectly and not get hit. When it lasts as long as that one did.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
That is a hilarious mistake of somebody who's not too experienced with the series. Like, oh, hardcore means that it's permadeath anyway. I was trying to put permadeath and hardcore like they mean two separate things. I like that. I thought it... Well, I mean, I did play on veteran, but you can't play on the higher difficulties than that because it won't even let you. Let's see if this will actually work. Oh shit, that is pretty sick. There won't be too many opportunities to really do stuff like that, I bet. I mean, this is kind of... Oh, this is counting as a quest too. Free the captives, 3 more. Kind of going in a very roundabout way through this, though. What is this guy doing there? You can always use the teleport. I don't know how much mana it really takes up, but fine. What, these guys' anima isn't good enough? Gotta go back to that one specific area and do it from the undead. Oh, look at this guy playing stealth class. Or he's just a clown and didn't notice what was going on. Where the environment will actually get you killed because you can't see at this angle. So in most games, oh yeah, you can see stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to see. Like, oh, I have eyes in the back of my head. But something I would be able to see, like looking in this direction, I can't see as the player. The weird kind of paradox it creates. There's one left. Let's see what I want. I want the ice armor, already decided. Go ahead and look at what that's going to do. Basically just use it all the time. Oh, am I going to actually have to use this? Okay, I'll do these 2 objectives, then I'll actually go and probably do one of the main missions. At least they know my reputation that I just stood there, or more like I ran around. 54 seconds remaining. I don't know what that means. Mastery. Defeat Gallum Snowblast. Where? Here, maybe. What, like if I don't defeat him in that much time, he'll just go away? Why should that be an element of this? Why are these things so tanky too? There may be part of some challenge with that. Alright, here we go. So just spam this. I should be super effective. Use the stupid armor thing. Yeah, I heard you like ice. We'll just face tank your dumbass. That is actually insane though. Or maybe the cooldown only starts once you once it runs out, so you won't be able to spam it that much, but it's still really good. Between that and the blink, you should never die. Famous last words. Or more like words that'll come back to haunt me later. The biggest cause of fear in a hardcore playthrough is the fact that it's always online, like Diablo Immortal or this game. You'll just get fucking DC'd out, or have to AFK, or something will happen in your real life. Your house will be on fire. There'll be a storm. You can't play when there's thunder and lightning. Fuck. You gotta have a generator. That's a real hardcore gamer privilege. You'd be like XQC or something in his fucking office with a professional setup and have a literal generator so the power would never go out. But then again, your internet would still go out. You'll have your own fucking internet company, internet service provider that you make just yourself to make sure you fucking never have to stop streaming. I mean, they're rich enough where they could legitimately do stuff like that too. Some of these people, like, didn't Train make, and yet they still let him stream on Twitch? I don't get how that works. Like, Trainwrecks, I think, made the other streaming site. I forget the name of it even. It's not Mixer. It's something else stupid. But yeah, he still streams. And I saw like Ninja streaming on like 5 different platforms at once, which I thought that's part of the agreement that you can't do that. But I'm sure they made some kind of deal with them. Like he's streaming on Instagram and YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and like everything at once. And it'll probably be a recorded VOD at that too. The Deep White. So basically we have to keep going around this area and just wait for stuff to spawn. That's a new one. Instead of having just so many enemies around the world in general, it can just be where you can even stand still and they'll just still spawn. This would be the AFK moment that I would die if I was so inclined. You'll think, oh, clearly nothing's going to come here, and then they'll just randomly spawn. I don't get this area, though. I've already killed everything. How big of an area do I really have to work with? All of this shit should count. It's a very broad statement from the undead. Like, almost everything in the game is going to be undead. I guess demons wouldn't really count, but still. Looked like I teleported there, but that was just lag. I don't know if part of that maybe is because of the online aspect either too, or because of, I think it's just stuttering, honestly. Yeah, this area still counts for that. A little red dot behind me. I don't really like the way that this is going. But it does encourage almost face tanking. Because as much damage as you're doing, See, why did it run out? Why did it run out? They couldn't have gotten through it. They couldn't have. Forms around you, 10% damage dealt, base life, 31. While it's active, 10% of your damage dealt is added to it. But how long does it last otherwise? It seems like it would never run out for the amount of damage that you're actually doing. You shouldn't really rely on that anyway, but... I mean, just do it whenever it's up. I don't see the downside of it. It is really going to make me play like a bit more of a clown than even usual. Maybe they are getting through it. I kind of find that hard to believe. What is that thing? Is that a player? That's weird. Shouldn't there be way more players then if that's the case? Or everybody's just in like a higher level area. I even tried to attack him too, so if PvP was switched on, that would have been a bad moment. Pretty fun class though. I mean, obviously I always love mages, but... Oh, you actually have to pick it up like that. I guess maybe I'm missing some. A little bit left. What are all these red lines going on? Keep doing that. It kind of discourages you from the potion spam though, so then you'll be less likely to use them and you won't be taking advantage of how many of them they drop. Like that. But I guess you won't have to, so it doesn't matter.
I need time to prepare.
I guess I overestimated how good that would actually be. Look at how much damage I'm doing. How could they possibly be getting through it? It's mathematically not feasible. There will be a time where you can just do that. You do so much that it'll legitimately last forever. The best defense is a good offense. Okay, dude, this guy's kind of annoying me. I'll steal his... No, actually, I won't. Must be a player. Oh, come on. What did I do to deserve this, dude? And it just feels like cheating because they could help you. Right? Not even because they're going to get me killed. That sucks. Who wants to deal with that shit? I haven't had to deal with any of that stuff so far. Like, why you gotta make it feel like an MMO, dude? Come on. That's not how the original Diablo was at all. Like, fuck.
I'm not ready yet.
So stupid, man. Maybe if I go back to town, I can try to turn that off somehow, but I don't think you'll even be able to. That's just how games are in this day and age. It's like, oh, you would have died there, ha ha ha, but this dude saved you. Inadvertently. Fucking get away from me, dude. Or like I said, if there was some PvP thing, then they'll end up killing you. Or there's always creative ways to troll people, like even in WoW, like, oh, you play on a PvE server, an RP server, but then you sort of summon an Infernal and Goldshire, and it acts as an enemy that's hostile to everybody and just kills the low-level players as a player of the opposing faction. Or maybe even if this... No, I don't think it works in the same... I forget how that works, but it's like a classic troll. Ways to get people killed even if you don't. Or like a rogue could aggro stuff and then vanish. If you're a big streamer trying to do like a permadeath 1 to 60, I'm sure people would constantly do stuff like that. What's with the anima, dude? I can't seem to get any. The only anima I have is animus towards having to deal with all these other players. Fuck, I can't even talk. So stupid. It just makes it feel like less of a meaningful experience. But of course, you'll be in a dungeon a lot of the time and stuff anyway, but it's not like it's even that hard so far, but I'm not really one to talk with my record in these games. Although just take it in the context that these are first playthroughs too. Like, who really does that? Right? Like the man in the arena argument. It's easy to talk shit, but that's what all people ever do. But I always like that because I keep such a high standard. Okay, come on. How long is this shit gonna take? Go back to town and then I'll do a quest, one of the main quests, and I'll try to turn off this clown online bullshit. See, that maybe is anima that I didn't even... No, why would he give it to me if it was somebody else's?
It is done.
Okay, Exorcist Cache. Full dynamic questing. Maybe this is like a dynamic dungeon. Geyser Sinkhole. You can revive. No, you can't. No reviving allowed. Yeah, what if they're playing a hardcore playthrough? There'll be people even here, watch, just to troll my whole existence. Is nothing sacred anymore? One of the greatest single-player games of all time, according to some people. You don't really need that dash if you're just going to be able to teleport, but this might be one of those instances where they keep summoning stuff. That's something you have to be aware of, I guess. Maybe not, though. Took quite a bit of damage there. I mean, I'm being a little bit too... Why do these have so much goddamn health compared to everything else? I don't get it. Shattering Skeleton Archer, but he's not a necromancer, so he shouldn't be able to summon all this shit. Yeah, like every enemy in this game is a necromancer because there's just going to be an endless supply coming out of nowhere all the time. That was it. So these are like more difficult than normal encounters, but they're not really very big. Overpowered overpowered attacks deal what? Sounds like somebody complaining about a mechanic. That attack is so broken. Okay, let's go back to a safe zone here. Although I was kind of just wandering around, so I wouldn't even know my way back necessarily. Even playing the game like this is pretty fun. I like that they're kind of doing it so open-endedly. I don't know if Diablo 3 was like that or anything else. Not saying like they're all super linear, but it's not really punishing me too badly for not doing the story stuff. Actual open world game experience, only ruined occasionally by seeing other players in any form. Just immersion breaking too. Like you're supposed to feel special, like you're the one chosen warrior. That's what people complain about, like in Legion or whatever. Like, oh, everybody gets Ashbringer now, or everybody gets this, you know, legendary set of whatever. Not even from doing anything, just for being the class that you are. Like the class order halls or whatever it was. Black Asylum. Items lose durability. You can repair your items at a blacksmith. But it seemed like it was more salvaging it. Oh, when you revive from death. So, oh, you mean that mechanic that we don't use here. Skill point. Healing potion upgrading. Weapon armor upgrade unlocked. Tiny... Well, it's not even that it's unlocked. It's that it's usable. I theoretically should have been able to make it before if I really wanted to. A torrent of frost. I should try to fill in all these ability slots by just getting different stuff. But I'm not a big fan of that. What's the point even if you're going to do that? I don't want the passive stuff either. Torrent of frost. Freezing enemies around you. I guess that's fine. You have to get 2 more. At some point, I'm going to have to keep stacking up the abilities that I have, like getting rank 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. That's good as a way to get out. You can do that. Then you can teleport, wait for your shield to come back up. After the gate, activate the gate winches. Oh, it looked like you could go in that direction too. Item upgrading is a good excuse to go back to town, I guess. I even chose the mode that has less tutorials or whatever, but it's still giving me a lot of them.
I'm not ready yet.
Watch out for these. Obviously, archers and stuff are more difficult for me to deal with than melee stuff because they're not even going to get to me. Shit. Especially when stuff just spawns behind you randomly. That's a good thing to do. Like, you don't have to kite then. Just do it whenever you... Well, why am I getting stuck there? What's going on? Visible wall? I can hit stuff there, but I can't move past there. Maybe I can just go around. Oh shit, I'm not a big fan of this whole mechanic of them spawning behind you. But I guess that's what teleport and such can be useful for. Fuck, that was kind of a good mechanic. Knock me back. Yeah, it's just like the freeze stuff doesn't really seem like something you'll use a lot. It's more like a last resort. Because you wouldn't want to... You wouldn't want to let them get that close in the first place, but they often do. You have to activate 2 winches. I thought that might be one of them where that invisible wall is, but I can't really interact with it. Okay. It was hitting me through that, but it wouldn't break out of its own prison. Maybe enemies can't destroy environment stuff? Even if by accident? I guess for a lot of it they can, because otherwise they'd be opening like loot forward ship for you, like all the little piles of rubble. I mean, you can do that even if they're not near you, if you just feel like it. I don't feel like any of it is too mana consumptive, really. Yeah, if the cooldown on this was shorter, that'd be insane. You gotta watch out for when you're made more vulnerable by getting hit by particular attacks. I don't know what exactly does it, but like usually it's some... Like the boss was doing it to me a lot. But even enemies have a combo system in this game. In kind of a light way. Just like certain attacks will be triggers and then some will be... Whatever, the setup. He was pretty fast, but then he kind of gave up chasing me for a second there. Like, that should always be the enemy's strategy when they have such numbers on you, is just to rush you. Like, why are you holding back or playing defensively or anything? Just go for it. Like, in any game, if the AI is designed that way, like, everything just rushes you all the time. But, like, in Arkham games and stuff, you know, the Batman combat system, they'll all lay off. Why don't they all just attack you at once? Worst case, they might hit each other a little bit, but you can't deal with 10 of them attacking you at once. But they all take turns like clowns. And I don't even mean the Joker. That was always the weirdest decision. They made Two-Face act like the Joker in Batman Forever, right? Tommy Lee Jones. They made his character almost like that, but then the Riddler was also like that in Jim Carrey. So why would you make 2 characters that similar in the same movie? It was just a weird choice. Damn, this place is going to be pretty big. And they're not really dropping potions for me, so this is where I can get in a little bit of trouble. I don't have a way to really heal. That's where it can just be like a hard lock kind of situation, or just be more careful with not taking damage. There is one there, though. That just seems like way too generous. Even though I'm liking it and I'm benefiting from it, you shouldn't really be able to just get this many potions, even like during a boss fight. That's what it comes down to, is just a raw numbers game there. If they didn't give me any potions on that boss fight, then it would have been pretty hard. So maybe they will stop doing that, but then it's just because it goes on for so goddamn long. Okay, these guys have a lot of health. Not really using teleport as much as I could. And then I'm afraid I'll go too far and then aggro a whole nother room of enemies. These ones have like the special elite symbols to them too. Wait for the little ice armor thing to come up. Yeah, I don't know if that means that fire does more to him or it just means that ice does less too. Should probably be both. You can upgrade the potion. And I think that must be a permanent thing. It's not like, oh, you're just buying one of them at a time and you have to keep replenishing. Once you get them, they'll just be there forever. And magically the enemies will drop that upgraded kind too now. Am I supposed to go in that or what? Okay, this place is a lot bigger than I was expecting. Keep spamming the 2. I keep falling behind on potions here. Maybe I'm using them a bit too early, but anytime I'm getting like below half or close to it, I just like to go for it. Pretty tight area here. Sometimes the enemies will actually just like either despawn or they'll run back to their original space. Like you'll zone them out. But that was a dangerous moment. Not the only one who has crowd control, so you do have to remember that. It's kind of hard to really avoid because you can't distinguish it from just the regular attacks sometimes. There's just too much shit going on the screen all the time in a game like this. Divine weapons abet the worthy. You attack faster and summon holy arrows. But only for X amount of time. I'd be the type to deliberately not want to use that because it would just feel cheap. Then again, that means what's coming up might be very difficult. Be a little boss fight. Maybe that's satisfying, but that's like a teaser of what the end game gear and stuff would make it feel like. Yeah, that was kind of pointless. You never want them to be surrounding you like that in the first place. But I guess when they spawn behind you, that could be something. It's a very weird mechanic. I should probably just teleport away. And remember to use your mouse there to actually choose somewhere farther away, though. Down to 2 potions. Some of this stuff is a little bit crazy, but it's very tanky. You could make it 10 times harder. Just give them even more health. But, like, is that really always the best way to do it? That's what I always heard about the Division. But it didn't even feel that true, at least at the beginning. Like, all the enemies just become bullet spongy. 78 Legendary Wand. Could be my first Legendary. But it doesn't even feel like that big of a deal because everything just comes and goes so quickly. It even has less damage than my thing. Lucky hit, 2% chance to execute injured non-elites. Plus 4%. 4.5% core skill damage, 7% damage to slowed enemies, chain lightning, has a 26% chance to chain multiple times, which is not what I'm using now. Is that what I was using before? I feel like that was arc lightning. Weird for A to open up the ability thing. Maybe it's normal for Diablo, but it's. I keep thinking like P for like my spellbook. Spark. What is even chain lightning? Oh, here. Okay, is this going to be the winch? Like, why is this so hard to find? I thought it was that place where the invisible wall was earlier, but obviously not. And this will just be a way to unlock the next floor. And this place will go on literally forever. That's 1 out of 2. And then the doorway there, that's fine. That thing is kind of hard to hit them with, to be honest with you. Crash and burn. Kill 50 enemies with fire. Oh, of course, the invisible... I can't move. I can't move. Actual bug, invisible wall fucking moment? Like, what is that? Whatever, we still get through it, but I don't know why it's like that there. This is one of them. Either it's going to be vertical to where I am, or all the way on the other side. This is a level appropriate area. It just feels a little bit... Or it's not even that every encounter is hard, but sometimes with those special icon enemies, like elite enemies, I guess, just have way more health than everything else. You should still play it like normal, but just any damage you might take even then. Yeah, see, like this dude. That's a way that you can make a lot of the lower level zones interesting too. You could just make everything an elite. Or obviously it's going to scale it up to you anyway. It's kind of a tricky spot to come behind me there. Amazing mechanic. Enemies will randomly teleport behind you.
I'm not ready yet.
Right, just remember there's a random invisible wall there. Take care of him. I almost don't even want to use a potion for a little bit now. Oh, am I getting just like a ton of legendary stuff? What is with this place? Whereas every game uses the same color scheme to denote the rarity of items. Orange is always legendary, blue is always rare, purple is always epic. I always give Blizzard credit for starting that, but I don't know if that's even true. Legendary dagger, but isn't this only like a one-hand thing? So, yeah, what is going on? 21% increased critical chance against injured enemies. While you were healthy, you gain 43% crowd control duration. I still think I like this one better. I mean, at least it's... Or maybe I can dual wield them. Item is not allowed there. That's why the staff is just like a net positive, because it's going to be two-handed anyway, so you don't feel bad for doing it like that. Fate guides you. Oh, that's just like a buff. I thought it would trigger like an event of a lot of enemies to spawn. Like that last one was pretty cool. It was like shooting all kinds of extra projectiles whenever I would do something. And I missed that. The loot is at least very clear. Like I said, it is zoomed. Maybe they took my criticism to heart. Clearly I had that impact by saying the same thing over and over. It actually is more zoomed in, I think, than the previous ones, just by default. You can't zoom out more than this. So they realize it's anti-immersive and objectively a bad thing. As was clear to anybody but overly defensive fanboys. I love that too. Like, I'll say something positive about a series and that video will get like 0 views. But then I'll say something negative and that'll get 1,000. So clearly I'm just saying it to farm stuff and not just surprised that people, you know... If it's something positive, people are like, oh yeah, I already know that, or they already agree, so what's the point? But if it's something negative, they just want to come and shit on it. I find that so easy to bait, right? It's way easier to bait views and stuff from negative content. Like, oh yeah, I played WoW for thousands of hours and posted all these kind of things, positive things, best game ever. And then I say one negative thing about like the player base and stuff in Classic, and oh my goodness, it explodes in popularity. Use the stupid ice barrier. I don't know if these guys keep summoning the stuff or what, but it doesn't matter. As is most of the mechanics in the game. Most of them don't matter because it's over so fast, but at least these guys have a bit more health. With the amount of potions that drop, I don't really feel too worried about it. They really shouldn't even do it like that, but then you'd prefer I'll just play as a druid with like a healing ability that just keeps coming up. So spend all your mana on healing abilities and then just do a low amount of damage with your basic swing or something. Oh shit, that would have almost just killed me potentially. I can't remember if Immortal even allowed you to do a hardcore thing at the beginning there, but whether it was or not, it was obviously just the highest difficulty available. And no, I don't think there were difficulties because I even put that in my title and then people were laughing like highest difficulty because I didn't know whether it would have them or not. And there was no difficulty setting, or at least not the first time you start playing. I don't know if that was in beta too, or if that was just actually the game being out. It might have just been out for good at that point. Sometime in the beginning or middle of last year. I don't remember exactly when. It might have been exactly around the same time, in fact. Like March of... it felt like it was maybe after March. But it did feel like it was right when it came out. Okay, after this, I do actually want to go back to town. And it's kind of even pushing me there. Just because of the fact that... it's talking about upgrades and stuff. Level 10 is kind of a good benchmark. Upgrade your gear, upgrade your... whatever, your potions and stuff. Weathered staff. So this place is just fucking loaded with legendaries. Which you could say is cheese, but I didn't know that it would be. And I mean, the fact that it's giving them to you means that maybe it's too hard of an area that they don't expect you to do right now. I certainly have to spam potions a lot. Okay, dude, this guy's an elite. We get it. Oh, fuck. I keep getting hit by that. I keep forgetting that I have this dash ability because I'm not really used to having it. Or at least you would expect it to be a class ability, not just something you inherently have. So I assume every class has the exact same thing. Spacebar is just a little dash thing. So where is this other wench? Or I think I already got it. And so now I just have to find the door again. Fight presumably a boss. This area is just insane. Yeah, this guy's also going to be... well, this guy's more than an elite, but I don't know what those little tiny icons represent. But either way, they're both stronger than normal stuff. What is happening? I keep getting stuck on like a... well, at least before it was an invisible wall. This is just me being a clown. Okay, now these aren't as elite as the other ones. Ring... I mean, there's a fair trade-off if these things are actually going to give you elite stuff. I mean, legendary stuff. Seems like those should be hitting me, but somehow it wasn't. The icing is pretty good. I mean, this is kind of an insane thing, despite all the potion drops. Kind of prevents you from having to use it as often as you would. I almost felt like it was going to last forever, but... rare staff. Is it going to be better than the legendary one? Lucky hit. I should just go for the most raw damage value. I barely have enough room in my fucking bags to even store all this stuff. And so far I haven't gotten any scrolls that are like scroll of town return or, you know, identify and stuff. So maybe those mechanics aren't in here or they'll be introduced later. Makeshift wand. Yeah, how many goddamn legendary items did I get in here? It's cheapening even that. Like, I would normally say, oh, well, it's only like a loot hoarder kind of thing in the beginning, like where you get so much and it doesn't feel meaningful. But then just wait till you get a legendary and that'll last you for a while. It'll feel so good. But even here, they're cheapening that idea. I don't know what this place is, but it's some kind of a special thing that is way too crazy compared to what you're normally doing. So I forgot even where that was. The big special door. I feel like I've been through here, but I guess I must not have been.
I have new orders for you. Abandon your post. Effective immediately. We need extra swords at the borders of Gul'an. I know you and your soldiers must be eager to see the sunlight again. As for your current duties, seal up the prison. I know the stories. Let them rot in their cages in darkness. If they wanted to be treated like humans, they would not have lived like animals. Perhaps we will teach them a lesson that they'll carry into the next life. Regards, Commander Finbar.
That's a good line. If you want to be treated like a human, don't behave like an animal. Pretty good. Here, let's get another ability. I think we need, what, 2 more to be able to advance. Now I should just kind of start stacking them up. Get like rank 2. What is even the difference? rank up 30%. Base life 40 in damage. Next rank duration 33%. Barrier amount 44. Now is 44 the... Is counting for my base life. Like, it's not doing the percentage differently. Or no. Okay, I get it. 33%. It does both. I kind of do like that. Damage kind of goes without saying. Like, that we're doing a decent amount. But eventually I should rank up those too. You probably shouldn't try to get like every single ability. You should kind of just commit to a few. Because your taskbar only has 4 things on it. So that's kind of stupid. Like, why not just let you... Of course, because they're accounting for console and mobile ports and all this kind of other stupid stuff. It's almost not to make console players feel bad that you're missing out on a core part of the experience, but give us like 1 through 10 at least in terms of keybinds. Never mind all the F1 through F12s and shit. Just when you look at the task bars and the action bars and like, wow... That's what would excite you about the game. Like, wow, look at how many abilities you have. Even if a lot of them are contextual and cooldowns and items and other shit, you have like literally 6 different bars on the screen. I don't know. It just always had a good feeling to it that like you couldn't possibly play this game on console like that. Or that could be a hard mode. Play it with an Xbox controller. I actually did try that once for some reason. Oh, is that what he was talking about too? The Iron Maidens that he was probably using on these people? Okay, where the fuck is the door? Yeah, see, it went up from Outer Gates level 10 to level 11 just because I did. So everything is clearly going to scale with you. Which I can't even say is a bad thing, but it's the sort of thing that people historically maybe wouldn't have liked. Okay, it must be here. This is going to be a boss or just a treasure room? Or this place is literally going to go on forever, which I don't even mind, but it just has nothing to do with anything. You gotta be careful. Thundering Wrathful Phantom. I wish that freeze had kind of a bigger radius, and you could do it even within your max range of the screen, because it's not like the screen is that big in this game. Pretty bad shot with the fireball. I kind of keep getting too close for no reason. That original ability kind of spoiled me. The arc lightning where you have to get so close. That was kind of shitty. Maybe that's just the theme of the lightning abilities, is that they're pretty good AoEs, but they force you to get close, or maybe just for the first one. You never want that. Like, why the hell am I playing as a mage if I have to get in close to do my ability? Sure, it doesn't take up mana, but I mean, neither does this one, the ice one. You probably shouldn't even bother using fireball and stuff like that. Bit of a face tank. I've actually been pretty good about not looting during combat, although that's always like a pretty big tendency of mine. Try to keep your potions at max capacity. All this shit that spawns in from behind you. Oh, look at that. I overestimated that guy's health like crazy. Pretty good for a beta, though. I guess they played it safe. Like, a lot of the time, betas aren't there to be betas anymore. They're there just to create excitement for the game. Or I guess this is the last day still, but despite the stutters, which again could be on my end somehow, but I don't really see why. I never even checked the graphic settings. Like, maybe they are a little bit too high, but it doesn't look that great that it should be a problem. Play all enemies in the haunted cell block. Oh, so you're trying to tell me the other one wasn't haunted? There's just a bunch of random phantoms? I have more of a tendency to keep clicking than to, you know, so you have the flexibility to maybe switch instead of holding it down. A little healing thing here, which I probably don't even need, which means that's probably a boss behind there. Always a good telltale sign. Not really using the dash as much as I could, but again, when you feel like you don't have to, you don't really develop those kind of good tendencies. Right, then as soon as the boss comes, you have to get into really hardcore mode. Has engaged Nightmare Wrathful Phantom. Does it say that every time I fight one of those? Rare pants. I'm just going with the raw values for now, not really caring about the abilities too much. And even if you did, as soon as you... Well, I still have to kill all the enemies according to that, so let's not even bother going in there yet. If that is a boss, this will only be like the second true boss that we've actually fought. You could see the shield going on and off kind of because it was getting replenished, I think, by the energy that we're doing, the damage that we're doing. I love these when they're in such a fucking tight enclosed area. Yeah, I can't do anything. I was trying to go back to town, but it fucking won't let me. This is the biggest area in the whole game. Not really, but it is like a full-on thing that you would do as like a major story mission, but I think I just randomly came upon it. I hate when this shit spawns behind you. That's one of the things you can't really account for. And you can kind of get body blocked sometimes, so just be careful not to go too far ahead. Or maybe sometimes it's good to just go in the middle of stuff and then teleport out after using the ice on them. Like, let me try it. Do the ice, go back. Perfect meta play. That thing doesn't bother me too much. If you jump over it, you'll keep getting coins from it until it keeps getting faster and then disappears. Paper Mario reference. Or as possible in other Mario games that would happen too. Initiate's Hood. The question of whether these things are going to be better or not. I guess it is. Some of them are going to have effects that don't really suit me, but who cares? So for once, we actually do have to kill every single thing. 10 remain. At least it helps you with that. Give me an idea of how fucking... But actually 10 won't remain because it'll actually keep going up. Because they'll keep summoning stuff or whatever. How can it only be 10 when I've already killed more than 10? But I guess the summons don't count. Like the rates are actually the source of it, so... Door has been unsealed. Oh, I thought I could have gone in anyway before that. But then it would have just made me come back to kill the other ones. Let's see what this crazy boss is going to be. That is the hardest thing. Like, doesn't matter how much damage he does. Doesn't matter what his mechanics are. What matters is whether he has ads or whether he drops potions. Because it's going to go on for a certain period of time. Resurrected Malice. At least my damage value is better here. I guess part of what made that annoying was because my damage was being cucked by the fact that... Let's see if we can freeze him, actually. Or I guess I didn't find out. Cucked by the fact that I had to go in close. At least this guy, or my ability, is better now. So you almost shouldn't even try to do anything until your shield comes back up. Then again, he's going to keep summoning shit all day. Yeah, 10 enemies left. Oh, really? Wasn't accounting for this guy or his ability to summon a million goddamn things. That shield is kind of a little more necessary than maybe I would have expected. We did the most damage just when I came in at first, just like being a little bit stingy with the potions, but you should play like really defensively until the shield comes up. The ads don't even bother me, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be dropping potions, so I don't know what to do. Rely on that mechanic so much. Absorb, absorb, absorb. I'm something of a caster myself. Oh, there we go, there we go. Then I already had to use one. Or I'll take so much damage in my excitement to just run over to it blindly that I'll take so much damage that I'll have to use it again. I am kind of playing a bit too phase tanky. At least this guy I'm doing a decent amount of damage to, so I won't worry about it too much, but I
need time.
I don't like the way this is going. Let's just wait, How are they getting through this shield so fast? Like, I guess it relies so much on the damage that you're doing during the process that you should make a point to try to do that. Yeah, bullet hell, by the way. Who mentioned that earlier? These games aren't like bullet hells. Not that this is anywhere near the level of that yet, but for such an early boss. Yeah, do a hitless run of this whole game. That would be really something. It'd be hard to even keep track at times, but I guess not really, because you wouldn't be allowed to use healing stuff anyway. Or I guess you could do it with a barrier and act like, oh, haha, technically I'm not getting hit because I'm absorbing the damage. I did that on purpose because I wanted to get farther away, of course. Not really using the blink ability too much. Pretty bad miss there. Puts you in a certain comfort zone, just the fact that these things keep dropping potions for you. At least I have a decent damage ability for this guy that doesn't require me to get right in his face. They don't hit you if you're on the tail end of them either, only if you get hit by the brunt of the blow.
I need time.
So this guy actually wasn't as long of a fight as the other one, because there I had to keep waiting for him to do his like main center of the room ability. Go ahead and pop a potion, do it again. I like the health bar at the top actually, so you don't have to look at his one here. Not that you should even really worry about boss health. Come on. All the ads die as soon as he's gone, because that's always a troll, like, oh, you'll beat the boss, but then you'll die to some shit mechanic afterwards. There was something famous like that in The Witcher, like, where it had like a death rattle effect, and then you didn't get credit or something for it. Like, even if you double kill. That actually does happen in Dark Souls. Like, I forget what boss was that on. We like double killed each other, and it said victory achieved, but then the boss came back after. Right, like I respawned. I can't remember what that was on. That wasn't a permadeath run anyway, so it didn't matter, but... Oh, that might have even been on the smelter demon, like where we... No, I don't know. It was on some boss that maybe was doing some kind of AoE damage. Powerful Helm I already have, but it could be like a better version of it, I guess. That guy wasn't too bad, but again, you're relying so much on the potion shit, I can't really take full credit for it. Like, imagine doing the same thing without using a single potion. Now, that would be hard. Because you'd have to actually dodge every single thing and just... Or not without using a single one, but only using the 4. But they're kind of spoiling you. Right? Like, actually, you should make it like that. Just don't give me potions back. Or then I'd play as the healing class or use my shield a bit more degenerately. And I don't even have the upgraded potions either. Okay, let's get out of here. We don't have a way to teleport back to town or anything, so that is going to be a factor that we'll probably get later. In fact, even the other waypoint I wasn't allowed to get. Even I went back for it. Either you have to get it like as soon as you enter before the town goes to evil mode, or... I don't even see what the point in going back there would be for now. So at some point it'll be repopulated by an actual proper civilization. Okay, I have to get all the way out of here. This sometimes can be annoying, but usually they do have the, like, just walking out of an area that's completely been cleared out. Although you get to kind of relish in your victory. But you do normally get, like, a portal of town scroll thing. Weird that we haven't seen any reference to that at all so far, like in any of the shops or quest rewards or drops or anything. It almost makes me think there aren't any in the game. Or maybe they're going somewhere that I don't realize. Maybe not. Materials, stats. Like, what kind of stats? Gold, 11,000. Now that's just my total, not my total ever acquired. Level 11, 21 strength. Man, why is my strength so high? I'm a dex mage. Weapon damage, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, here's all the readout that I was talking about. Like, why don't you show more detail on these? But they still don't, like, as far as... Oh, what was it? I forgot. Not as detailed, maybe as I thought in the tooltips. But this will show me at least the way out. This place was pretty complex, actually. But again, all you do is just run around and kill everything. It's not like there's really ever going to be a puzzle to solve. Yeah, if you really think about it, this could be considered a horror genre. It's just that the nature of the combat makes it not seem like that because you're not really scared of anything. It almost makes you seem scary with how you're able to slaughter so much shit with such ease. Like when the space pirate music comes on. Okay, just for the sake of completion, my stream crashed there. So now see, people can say, "Oh, you were cheating, haha." But what could I have even really done there? Why would I have died standing in that spot anyway? Right? Nothing was attacking me. If I was in the middle of a boss and it happened, you could say that. But see, that's so annoying. Although I guess that has nothing to do with the game being online or whatever. That's just more like that could happen anyway. But at least if you could pause it, you could maybe, I don't know. How the fuck do we even get back to town? Speak with this guy. We'll go back. I can't see chat now because it just completely crashed on me, so that's fine. I don't know why it crashed like that. Marksman. It is pretty fun, though, from a certain point of view. It's just you have to be in a certain mood to play it, which is maybe true of a lot of things, but it's not my natural thing. What was that icon up there? That's like when I failed to rescue the chick. Let me see if I can see my chat, but I can't even stop in the middle of all this shit going on. I wouldn't dare lose because I AFK out. World's first permadeath hardcore run. But to what? Like to max level or just to beat the... Oh, shit. What am I doing? Just, I wonder what this button does. Just hit every little thing around you. Satiate the plates before the time runs out. But that's not even how it works because... Or maybe it does. I don't know. I thought the way that it worked was the time has to run out for it to be satiated in the first place. Stand on the plates to satiate them. Okay, how long, dude? Wait, that one burned out. That's the hardest thing sometimes is like, I won't die because I'll actually die. I'll die because I have to stand in the same place and make myself an easy target. Anthem, by the way, is spider fucking bullshit. Like, what am I supposed to do if you're just gonna face tank? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, stand right. Alright, that one's done. I feel like I won't actually be able to do this one. This should be a failure condition if I can't do it in time. So stupid. Yeah, this one's kind of bullshit because of that, assuming it actually will run out. Okay, just get out of there. I don't give a shit about that. I didn't say it'd be permadeath in terms of failure conditions. Like, what even happens? Is it gonna say I failed or what? Well, I ran. Oh shit, this guy really wants to finish me off. Okay, let me. I don't know why it crashed there. Let me just go back to town and just relax, dude. Oh my god, it won't let me fucking do anything. Okay, sorry if you said something there. I can't see anything. Well, that was an abrupt, weird time. At least it wasn't in the middle of a boss fight. Or maybe it was and I didn't notice. That's true. I don't know how long it was. I assume it was like as I was standing in that spot. I don't even have any potions though. What am I doing, dude? The hardest thing in this game is just getting back to the goddamn town because
I need time.
I'm going kind of the wrong way. I don't have to fight, dude. Yeah, this is real hard mode when you don't have any fucking potion degenerate stuff to fall back on. Although you'd think they drop some eventually. What the fuck? That probably should have hit me. Yeah, I ask and I receive. I'll even just use it. Altar of Lilith. I forget what those even do. Region progress rewards earned. Fractured peaks. Realm power collected. Strength has been increased by 2 for all characters. Okay, there are no other characters. But presumably it would still work even if... Yeah, we get it. We're getting the signal that we should be back in town. No potions, no nothing. We did the fucking stupid quest area thing. That wasn't even really a quest. How far could it be? Like, all I did was wander around a little bit. I guess I'm going the more scenic route this time back. Those things are kind of easy to miss sometimes. They got the Lux cheat skin thing going on, where they had to ban it. Just play around it. You can use it too. That's what people would say. Just shoot. Just click on her head. Mercy in Overwatch. Okay, I don't know what's going on, dude. I feel bad for not cleaning what's on my plate, like with killing everything, but still. This you can actually walk over. You can't jump. You can't swim in these kind of games. Okay, that's still doing a decent amount of damage. We picked up some random quest from that guy, but I forgot what it even was. Priest Matvey says I am ready. I shall leave Margrave at dawn. The journey will be long, but my faith is endless. Light, grant me safe passage to the monastery, that I may better know your grace within its hallowed halls. Yeah, what if you only have your chat open and... I guess you would have to have no viewers. Like, you only have your chat open, but... not the thing, so you wouldn't even know. You know, that's how I sometimes used to do it. Whether it's the bitrate's going shitty or whether the stream crashed or anything. So here is at least a safe zone. I wonder if I log out, there'll be that one event in town where it actually becomes hostile, where then they'll discredit your run and say, oh, you can't log out, or you can't AFK in town, or whatever. It doesn't count as like a safe zone. You would think there'd be a timer to log out even. Champion monsters that appeal in World Tier 3, Nightmare in World Tier 4, Torment have damage resistant auras which do not protect themselves. Focus on killing them first. So where does it show? Oh, okay. Hardcore, Veteran, World Tier 2. I don't know. You can't really change it, so I would do Torment on the first playthrough even. Fuck it, if it let me. You know me, like with Alice and... what was it called? Alice, whatever the game, where it's like the Dark Souls with a pepper spray and a fucking little dagger. I played on Nightmare mode.